Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more of the 300 subscriber special Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Trilogy, presented by Capcom. Please don't sue me. The last time we left things off, we were in the middle of Case 2 of the first game. Let's see. Turnabout Corner. Here we go. Hey there, Moss. Thanks for tuning in. Let's see, I believe it was this one. You know what? This will be fine. Yes. Hey, I'm just asking just to be safe, you know? Anyways, last time we left off, we found a murder scene and met Emma Sky again. A lot of things have happened. Go and watch the previous part because I've forgotten quite a bit of it. But in essence, Phoenix Wright is no longer an attorney. We're the new attorney, and our boss just got caught for murder because of Phoenix Wright. And now we're working for Phoenix Wright, kind of, as an attorney, kind of. And we are protecting a member of the Yakuza. Crap. Mr. Wright's not here today? He said his old foot injury was acting up. Old injury? He was all smiles yesterday. Yes, he smiled when he said we'd be fine, as long as you're there, Trucy. Yeah, fine. We'll be fine. Here comes Justice! Started my voice training at 5 this morning. Ooh, do some now! I want to see, hear. Huh? Oh, okay. I'm not doing this. That sounds more like a self-mantra than voice training. Good morning. Yo, sup? Hit me with a guilty verdict, G. See if I care. You're just hanging loose and letting things go with the flow. You know what I'm saying? Not really. Walkie, don't be running your mouth like that in here. See, that's the difference between me and you, old man. I ain't afraid of no cops. Real G's can't keep it real. They spend some hard time in the pen. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Sounds like they've both been voice training too, Apollo. My worst fears realized. The trial's starting, and I haven't had a real talk with my client. June 16th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4. This is gonna suck, isn't it? Court is now in session for the trial of Walkie Kitaki. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Yo, ready to rock and roll, yeah, Judge? Oh, it's him, the guy from yesterday. He's a prosecutor? It's Mr. Gavin's brother. Long time no see, Prosecutor Gavin. Were you taking a leave of absence? You know that little band I started in my free time, duh? Thing is, we got real popular. What to say 9 to your fans when 3 of your singles go platinum, yeah? I see. To be honest, I was a little concerned. Heard that you might still be distraught over that one trial. Not to worry here, Judge. I wouldn't miss the day in court for the world. It's worth even more than the VIP passes to one of my concerts, yeah? How could I pass up a chance to see this true strength of the little boy who bested my brother? It was worth canceling a show or two. Understood. You may give your opening statements to the court. Before that, I was thinking, is the air in this courtroom not a bit, serious? It is a court of law. That's no way to get the crowds jumping here, Judge. You're not supposed to jump. This is a courtroom. Achtung, baby. Today we play it my way. What's that noise? Sometimes you have to get on up in order to get down. The prosecuting. This is crazy. The victim, Pal Meraktis, director of the Meraktis Clinic. The scene, People Park. He was found pulling a noodle stand. What in the world was a doctor doing pulling a noodle stand? Yeah, I believe you will only find out by asking the defendant right here, right now. Yeah? Because it is undeniable truth that he shot the victim. What do you mean, undeniable? If you are to glare at anyone... Moss, he's literally using German, wording. Hair. Achtung. That's literal German, vernacular. I can't think of a better word. Like, literally, Herr Judge. He's even said to be the German rock star of the courtroom, from what I recall from last time. As a way, he's going to be speaking with his accent. You ought to glare at anyone, Herr Justice. Glare down at the punk in the defendant's chair. His crime was witnessed quite clearly, you see.
Very well. Please admit this witness to the court.
Nine! Not yet. First, there is a little matter to be cleared up. Could you talk without the accompaniment? I swear I could see the guitar for a second.
What is it, prosecutor?
The motive, Herr Judge. Why did the little punk do it? Why did he kill the director of the Meraktis film? Not so fast. The defendant doesn't have to explain that. Oh? But what does his defendant specifically request to do so, as he did this morning? I want to give a shout out to all my homies, I believe he said.
What?
Oh, what is right? They always say that on stage you should hit the crowd with speed and velocity. Sounds like he got you good, huh, Polly?
Well, this is highly unusual, but...
I have a client who's already pleading guilty. Okay. We've gotten through worse.
The court will now hear the defendants concerning the motive of his crime. So, you, son, are the defendant. Why are you?
I ain't your son, old man. You step to a Kitaki, you best be prepared to step strong. You step to a public official, you best be prepared to step in jail. You got to hand it to him. Rocky sure has guts. Not his guts I'm worried about.
Well then, the court will now hear your testimony of the defendant's motive. From the defendant himself. Oh.
I'll tell you one thing, that doctor was a quacker. Someone had to show him what's what. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my ops something bad. Then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. So I gotta go in, get another doctor to patch me up again. That was the day I done figured it out. No OG's gonna let that pass. That's why I went to his pad that night. You know what I'm saying?
You're saying that you were one of the victim's patients?
Oh, stuff goes down when you're keeping it real on the street. True that. I'll tell you one thing, though. That doc was a quack.
Oh, very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
I can't believe this is the first time I'm hearing about all of this.
Hold it!
First of all, the word you're looking for is quack. Isn't that a little harsh? He's your family doctor. Who asked you, pointed locks? Just who do you think you are? Your lawyer? Look, I ain't trying to hear that. He was a quacker, plain and simple.
Hold it!
By someone, you mean, is there anyone with a score to settle with this doctor? Besides you, I mean. You better ask somebody else. Holmes, what do I care? I made up my own mind and did what I had to be done. Straight gangster style.
But why were you so mad at this doctor?
Yo, sit back and listen while I drop it, Jay, man. I hate talking like this. Cool. Hold on, so here's our evidence. A bowl, Trucy's panties, a cell phone, a mirror, fingerprint powder, Meraktis' autopsy report, single bullet to the temple, a knife at the crime scene found with his prints, the noodle stand, which we never actually got a good look at. Hold on. Huh? Look at this, Apollo. Mr. Eldoon spelled his name backwards on the side. I think that says noodle. As in Eldoon's noodles. Huh? Oh, I get it. So the name of his store is the same whether you read it backwards or forward. Yeah. I guess it would be. Well, except for the last S. And how's about a store called? Close, but that would be backwards. And what kind of store is that? Why, a store that sells meat! Yeah, no. Something's fishy going on with this thing. These letters look a lot more new than this one. Nothing on the bottom of the card, it looks like. Sorry, I'm just making absolutely sure I don't miss something. Alright, looks like we're good. Hold it! What did he do? So you were a patient at the Meraktis clinic half a year ago? For what reason? I have what you might call a mark of honor. Can you explain precisely what was wrong? We had a little run-in with rivals them. That's when I pulled a jack move. And we ran right into an ambush. Gee, busted the cat right in. According to my sources, you couldn't stand the stress of waiting, and ran in 15 minutes before the appointed time by yourself. Hey, I was more than a match for those guys.
So you were carried to the Meraktis clinic from there?
Apparently, he was shot in the heart. Shot in the heart? And it's not too late? He's still alive? I can catch bullets between my teeth. I never learned how to catch them with my heart. The bullet shot off just short of my thumb, and you know what I'm saying? I would have been golden if it weren't for that whack doc. I didn't even take out a stupid bullet. So, as you say, the surgery was a failure. Ain't all of it, Holmes. By the way, don't ever try to stop a bullet with your teeth. It never works. And then he just lets me go without words. See you later. Bye!
Hold
it! What do you mean, he just let you go without a word? What do you think it means? And whack, that's what.
I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds bad.
It sounds as though the Herr Doctor wished to hide his mistake. This is why he let the defendant go. It's a lie, straight up. It's a better G than me. So I gotta go in, get another doctor to patch me up again.
Hold it!
Another doctor? So this bullet is still... You know it! I can still feel it! Right there in my chest, pressing up against my heart. Your words are like the bullets shot straight into my heart. Or something like that, Dick. Incidentally, that's the one when our hit scene.
Well, that sounds like a straightforward case of malpractice.
Word, giant man! We're no accident, that's for shizzle.
It seems that there were issues with this doctor.
Man, putting him down was like doing the world a favor. Walkie, please consult your lawyer before saying things like that. Straight up, Apollo. Back straight.
But why did this mistake only come to light that day?
It was found during the family health checkup. The family checkup? That was the wackest thing of all. All us G's lining up, taking eye exams and all that. Better die young and fade away. A relief to hear. Eh? What's a relief? Oh? Did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart, if not attended to immediately, it could kill you. What? Yes, Herr Doctor. Meraktis had acknowledged concerning this ticking time bomb in you. Knowledge that could have saved your life. No way! That's whack. Today's proof. Your checkup report. Yeah, I agree, Superman. So far, I'm already liking him. Results from a checkup performed in June. Metallic object found near the heart. How ironic that you would kill the one man capable of helping you. You're almost as careless as he was. Well, now that the place is hopping, let's get this gig started.
Started?
We've had enough of a warm-up, Doc. Yeah? It's time to hear from the witness. Taki sure is quiet all of a sudden. I'm a little uneasy myself. Is this Gavin's strategy? What the hell? So, you will tell us your name and occupation. My name is Wesley Stickler. By occupation, I take... he's talking too fast for me to read. Someone smack him. Representation is thought. By which he means to say that he is a student. A junior at Ivy University, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Klavier. Yes, in the Department of Science and Engineering. If it was a curiosity for all things, I spend my days in pursuit of truth, honing my... Stickler. Please, direct said curiosity to the case at hand today.
Very well, Mr. Stickler. Please testify to the court about what you saw on the night of the crime.
You ask quite simplistically what I saw. However, blah, 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 blah. We're gonna be here for hours, aren't we? That night, I passed through the park on my way home from shopping when I saw them. One man pulling a stand, another man facing him. I saw them quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant. In his hand, he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. A shot! The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in his forehead. That's not how he died.
Was there anyone else in the park at that time?
I can say with 100% accuracy that there was not. The pistol our witness refers to is this.
The court accepts this into evidence.
2 rounds were fired, fingerprints were wiped, and we already know he's a lying sack of crap.
Very well, Mr. Justice, you may cross-examine the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Trucy, why are you staring like that at the witness? That man. I can't help but feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
Hold it!
You say, why go through the park? Ah, a fascinating inquiry. Revealing me culpable of being insufficiently verbose. Let's consider the time saved by passing through the park on the way home from the store. In that time, I am capable of solving 2 GMAT problem sets. On average, it requires me 3 minutes, 24 seconds to complete such a problem. Also, blah 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 blah. That's enough. Enough. I get the idea.
Mr. Justice, the court hopes to finish cross-examination sometime this month.
Please, I have a recording booked after this trial. And I got a show to perform. Gee, sorry you're all so busy.
Hold it!
Were these men talking by any chance?
Ah, now that you mention it, they were.
I cannot claim I heard them clearly. Only fragments such as, you lied to me. Oh, and I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine, pal. It's just as our defendant claimed. I believe he wished to teach the victim what it felt like to take a bullet into the heart.
If that's true, then this is a vital piece of testimony.
Like he heard them clearly enough to... Might I be allowed to amend my testimony? What now? To be precise, he did not say pal, but man. Yes, that was the way of it. Where my diploma? What's the difference? And this other man. Who was he?
Hold it!
How can you be so sure it was the defendant? The crime took place at night. It would have been too dark. Perhaps I was remiss in not mentioning this earlier. Huh? You see, in class, I always sit in the very backmost seat. Do you know why? Who cares? Because I do not wish anyone to copy my perfect notes.
That relates to your testimony how?
I mentioned this to illustrate my predisposition to that which is perfect. was dark, you say? But there are lights in the park. If I say the defendant was in the park that night, then he was in the park that night. It's a hard, immutable fact. He sure is confident. Seems to be telling the truth, too. He's lying. In his hand, he held the pistol. Are you sure this is the pistol that you saw? It's the same one that was submitted to evidence? Am I sure? Surely you'd guess. I saw a common witness would be tempted to say. Yet I am no common witness. It's not only events as they are, but the logical structure governing these events. First, we must consider the fact that it was night in the park. I hate characters like this, because they talk too fast for me to speak for them. I think he means he couldn't see it that clearly. Badge for a normal witness. If the fact that a pistol was fired before my eyes is indisputable, I can still see it when I close my eyes. The defendant raised his weapon. A shot! The bullet hit the man pulling this hand from the front, square in the forehead. Okay, before we continue on... let's examine this. Oh, no, wait, here we go. Okay. Looks to be a standard 9mm pistol. Whoa, don't point that thing at me! Don't worry, I can handle myself around guns. Magic guns, at least. What's the pigeons come out of? Very reassuring. Alright. Hold it! Are you absolutely certain only one shot was fired? Yes, of course, it was one shot. Why do you ask? Aha! Contradiction, finally. Mr. Stickler, according to the court record, the pistol was fired twice. Objection! Good eyes, Herr Justice. You're cool, really. Huh? You really think so? Yet there is no reason why this other shot had to have been fired that night. Reading? This pistol came from the Kitaki family mansion, yes? I think it's not unreasonable to assume the pistol had been fired once before that night. During perhaps another altercation? Judging from his smug expression, I'd say Prosecutor Gavin had that answer ready before you even spotted the problem. Seems pretty confident in his testimony. We always make the basic mistakes when we're our most confident. You've got a weak point somewhere, Apollo. Find it! Right. Better give that testimony another listen. And present. Objection! Whew, that's all of it. I think I have a chance. Is that you relaxing, I see, Herr Justice? Huh? Oh, objection!
Once is quite enough.
Hi, Dynamic Tempo. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Apollo, pace yourself. This trial's not over yet. Right. Look at this.
The autopsy report. Is there a problem with the autopsy report?
Right, a problem. Problem. Yes! The problem is at the location of the entry wound.
Location.
You testified that the killer shot the victim square in the forehead, did you not? Ah, I have already determined your angle of inquiry. Allow me to explain. It's quite simple, really. And off he goes again. Someone smack him.
Mr. Justice,
Yes.
was your objection to these, krypton particle things?
This is the big time, and you are obsessed with something so small. You disappoint me. Oh, God. I hope you're okay, Tempo. Oh, God, Doom. What did you do? No, I'm obsessed with something big. I mean, there's a bigger, less nitpicky problem here.
Do tell.
Just look at the autopsy report. The location of the entry wound was on the right temple. Mr. Stickler, you said quite clearly that the victim was shot square in the forehead. That's a contradiction, isn't it? It is, right? Finally!
Objection!
Her Justice. Oh, Her Justice. Yes? Your tactics are outdated, trying to shake the witness by objecting to this trifle. Surely you haven't forgotten the fatal wound your master suffered 7 years ago. Phoenix Wright, was it? Don't bring that up. Look, I know the wound was in the wrong place according to his testimony. Hey, her forehead. Forehead? Let us imagine that you are walking through the park. You see 2 men facing each other. One with a pistol trained on the other. What would you do, her forehead? Well, I guess I would try to stop them. I'd probably shout stop. And you, Fräulein? Me? Well, I'd probably scream. And you, Herr Stickler? What did you shout, I wonder? The victim turned his head at the last moment. Ah, yes. Thank you for jogging my memory.
It sounds like an addendum to the testimony is required.
As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action. Cease this at once, you two, I cried, with composure. The victim turned in the direction of my voice and shot rang out. Whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene.
I see. So you attempted to stop the crime.
Indeed, with composure. Well, maybe the criminal wouldn't have fired if he hadn't shouted like that. That doesn't really matter now, unfortunately. Let us consider this new testimony, shall we? Observe the diagram, if you would. The witness, Mr. Stickler, was it, stood here. He shouted, "Oh, stop, please," or something of that nature. And the victim responded by looking in the witness's direction. If the killer were to have fired at just that moment, as we can see, the bullet would have struck the right temple as in the report.
That does seem to be the case.
What is the power of a junior at Ivy University's Department of Science?
Very well, Mr. Justice. You may cross-examine the witness again.
As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action. Cease this at once, you two. The victim turned his direction my voice and a shot rang out. Whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant appeared to have become frightened. Tossed the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. Okay. First off, I need to have a look at this. He's passing through the park. That doesn't line up at all. But that's not something we can use, is it? Let's start pressing. I need more info. So you saw a raised pistol. Were you frightened? It can be said that we students of Ivy University know no fear. The moment I saw that pistol, my innocence of justice compelled me to take action.
I was certainly brave of you. I'd have gotten shot.
Eh? You certainly were lucky. If I were in the killer's shoes, I certainly wouldn't have left a witness behind. The action looks like he had no idea he was in danger. Regardless, I attempted to halt the bloodshed.
Hold it!
Are you sure both men were able to hear your voice? They were, of course. My high, exquisite voice echoed through the park. And the victim responded to that clarion call. Quite. The victim turned in the direction of my voice and a shot rang out. Just a moment. I need to go smack a bot on Twitch. Un momento. There we go. Sorry about that. No bots will be peddling cheap viewers on my watch, not on my streams. Hold it! Did you hear the gunshot at the same time as the victim turned? Indeed. I would say about the same time, to be precise. And the victim didn't ask you for help? It can be said that he didn't have time to ask. He didn't even have time to take a single step. Only sure that the killer was fired because Mr. Stickler startled him. Don't say that too loud, Trucy, please. Whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant appeared to have become frightened. Hold it! Can you describe the killer's actions more clearly? He seemed quite surprised, especially considering that he was the one who did the deed. As you can see, human psychology is a tangled web. He simply couldn't believe what he had done. He shot, he panicked. A common tale, but true. Unfortunately, before I could take further action. He tossed the pistol aside, did he? Hold on. Hold it! Did he do anything else? You didn't try to apprehend the criminal? It all happened so fast, I'm afraid I hadn't the time. Something about that strike you as odd, Apollo? What? The killer was in a hurry, right? Fired the pistol and tossed it right away. According to the testimony, that's what happened, yeah. In that case, I'd expect to find something that we didn't find. I like that contradiction. Kinda sad to see it go. Not as sad as I feel. What do we do now? At least the testimony's getting a little clearer. She's right. Maybe I can find something using this new testimony. My best guess is that they want me to present the pistol because it's got no fingerprints. Objection! Wait a second. Another misleading request. Yet you're so beholden to your own mode of discourse, you can't see how it affects you. Come again? Wait a second, you say? A second? Are we intended to wait just that? A single second? 1/60th of a minute? That's hardly enough time to draw a breath, let alone make a statement in court. Now, had you asked for a longer period of time, say 3 minutes, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. Am I to understand that you are objecting to the length of a second? Yes, I mean, no. Here, just look at the pistol. It doesn't have a single fingerprint on it. Ah, a common ploy. Made all the more common, I fear, by the prevalence of television. Criminals these days are loath to leave fingerprints. Wait, but you said the killer tossed the gun and ran. That's right! He didn't have time to wipe the gun for prints! Oh. Ah, the little girl's taking me to the university student. There's a song in there. I'm not little! Then let's think like adults, shall we, Fraulein? What is the killer? The defendant. We're wearing gloves. Gotta admit, I didn't think of that one.
Well, Mr. Justice?
I've been wearing gloves. No, he couldn't have. The records on the murder weapon are very clear about one thing. The fingerprints were wiped, which means some trace of prints remained, which contradicts your testimony. If everything happens as you say it did, you wouldn't have time to have wiped the pistol. That may be, but it does not change what I saw. The killer, the defendant, he threw down the murderous weapon from his hand and fled. And this pistol was found at the scene of the crime, strongly suggesting that this was the weapon he disposed of. That sounds solid to me. Well, Hair Forehead, any of your precious objections? What gives, Apollo? See that voice training go to work. You know, I've only recently realized something. No matter how much you train your voice, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to say. What do you mean, nothing to say? Isn't it obvious from the what? Isn't it obvious from what the witness just said? Isn't what obvious? He restated what he saw just now. He said he saw Waki drop a murderous weapon. But that's not the same as being 100% sure of what Waki threw away. You're right. He's just confused because a pistol was found at the scene. Poor Mr. Stickler. It must be hard to be so perfect and yet so wrong.
Well, it can be said that I'm quite offended. But it is indeed true that once in my youth I wrote a love blah 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 blah. What we can say for certain is that the witness, saw the killer throw something. Does the defense have anything to say about this?
Well, what he threw wasn't a pistol, and it had to be something else. You're getting good at copying me. Thank you. At least one person on the defense team seems to be seeing. I'll wipe that smile off your pretty face, Gavin.
Perhaps you can inform the court as to the nature of this something else. What did the killer throw away before fleeing the scene?
Probably his knife. You know, the one with his fingerprints all over it.
Take that! Is that a sword? Saw one of those in the late-night movie last night.
Great, a sleep-deprived judge. This knife was found at the scene of the crime, with the defendant's prints on it.
His prints?
This single piece of evidence proves two important things. One, that what the defendant threw down wasn't a pistol. And two, the defendant was not wearing gloves.
Indeed.
Oh, Herr Forehead, you're forgetting two other things that you've just proven. One, that the man the witness saw was the defendant, Mr. Waki Kitaki. And two, that the defendant was holding a knife with the intent of harming the victim. Oh.
Indeed.
Understood. Gavin, the lesson here.
This court is in the opinion that our witness is fond of making assumptions. In that light, I believe it would behoove us to hear about what really occurred. With less assuming, please.
It is always the same with you people. Mark the left house on foot, and 5 minutes later, his brother left after him. How long would it take for Mark's brother to catch up to him? Assuming that Mark never had to stop for a traffic light. Assuming. Yes, that's what I said, assuming. As if that were a probable situation at all. Yet here you are, assuming that my assumption is no better.
What this court assumes is that the witness will testify to what happened after the shot was fired.
You cannot prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else.
Why didn't you chase the killer?
He was, as you say, a killer. Of course I could have run him down, yet what would he have done when cornered? Sadly, it takes more than an aptitude for solving quadratic equations to know that.
Did the testimony earlier not prove the defendant's presence at the scene? And do we not also now know that there was no one else there? It seems clear that we have our killer, does it not?
Does it not, Mr. Justice?
Better find a way to make this testimony down quick. Okay. Okay, hold on. Do we have anything that proves otherwise? It's 9:30.
cannot prevent the killer from leaving the scene. Nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. I need to start all over. Press.
Hold it! Which way did the killer run?
By that time, it was clear that the killer had noticed me. Naturally, he ran in the opposite direction.
I mean, he ran in the opposite direction from the Kitaki mansion. Don't even think about pointing out that he was going away from his home.
All he had to do was loop back once he was out of sight.
How do you know that's where I was going? Hold it! You were certainly composed for someone who had just witnessed a killing.
If one is to devote one's life to the pursuit of science, one must never flinch at the sight of a little blood, nor be so moved by chemical discovery that one drops from one's flask on the lab room floor.
Oh, cool answer. Very cool. Strange action. This looks like she has something to say. Wasn't your first thought to call an ambulance? It is kind of fun voice acting the characters, unless they speak so fast I can't keep up, or they have a voice that I can't maintain. That's also a pain in the butt.
It can be said that I have dabbled in medicine. The injury I witnessed, namely a single shot to the head, tends to result in death. Ergo, there was no need for me to call an ambulance. Oh, a perfect syllogism. A proof in 3 parts. Exquisite, simply exquisite.
Actually, it looks like he's going to cry. Okay, let's... Hold it! Can you tell us in detail about these 10 minutes?
I stood in a state of heightened awareness. Anything could have happened at that moment. Anyone could appear from any direction.
Is that all?
No one came. Nothing happened at all. I saw it all, which is to say, I saw nothing.
It was late at night. It's not odd to think there would be few people around in the park.
Just stood there watching? Just go on there. Lucy, if you got something to say, by all means say it. I can't find a single problem with that testimony. Had enough at last, hair forehead. Maybe it's time to back off a bit. Should I back off? I'm gonna save right here. And I'm gonna back off a little.
Hello.
Hello there. Welcome to the chat, Doom. There's nothing fishy about that testimony at all.
It appears there are no objections to the witness's current testimony.
I'm just getting to that. I could really use Moss's help about a minute ago. There are any number of ways to explain the lack of prints on the pistol, I assure you. Perhaps the killer really was wearing gloves, which wiped the previous user's prints off. Then, after the deed was done, this fell out of his pocket as he was throwing the gun away. A mistake befitting of a small-time punk, in my opinion. No. Did I just lose a case?
It seems we've come to the end of the line here.
That can't be all. How unfortunate. It seems that you weren't cut out to stand the same stage as me. Will you, hair forehead?
I believe this brings your cross-examination to a close. The court will now declare a verdict for the defendant.
Hold it! Oh shit! Fruzy? Nobody move.
What is the meaning of this? Who are you?
There'll be no verdict in this court. Not yet. Wait, are you one of the Kitakis?
The Kitakis? You mean the notorious gangsters?
I don't want to see me give the pretty little girl a smile. Do as I say. Adjourn the court for 20 minutes. Adjourn the court for 20 minutes.
What? This court will not bow to the pressure of the likes of...
And Judge, I see little point in further aggravating this gentleman. Recess. 20 minutes. Or I promise you. Wait! How did he disappear so fast? Come to the defendant lobby, Apollo.
I suppose I have no choice but to adjourn for a 20-minute recess. Bailiff, catch that mysterious man at once! Only one man is allowed to pull that kind of stunt in my courtroom. And he's very much dead.
Yep.
Just a moment, everybody. Sorry about that. Okay, you were saying?
I just said you are dead. No big surprise.
Let's save in this slot now. Yeah, Shelly the Killer. By the way, where were you? I needed your help a few seconds ago. I need to know if I should have pressed or not, but it looks like I made the right choice. On to the next chapter. So Trilogy just got kidnapped. June 16th, 11:17 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Trilogy! Trilogy! You move quick, Apollo. Good show. Good show. Trilogy, you're okay. I thought... Don't cry, Apollo. Those good-for-nothing gangsters. There are some things you just don't do. I'm pressing charges. Wait, just calm down, Apollo. Or else... what the hell? Trilogy, that was all you!
Yep. Keep this ball some more time.
You can't do that! Oh my god, if they ever find out that you did that, we're in so much trouble! Oh my god. This has got to be the 5th dumbest thing any of our assistants has ever done. Easily top 5. Surprise! This is one of my best tricks, the amazing Mr. Hat.
You look marvelous, darling.
He's a big hit on stage at the Wonder Bar.
Yes, I'm a big hit.
Well, what do you think? You like it? You mean you... Trilogy, there's just some things you don't do! I'm pressing charges. Apollo, now is not the time to be threatening me. It's you who's being threatened here. Remember what you said to Waki's father yesterday? You promised you'd save his son. But that testimony was rock solid. What are you suggesting I do? Look, the judges declare a verdict. It's all over. And if I can use my talent to stop that from happening, I will. Brucey, no more stage abduction, please. I'm not talking about magic, Apollo. I know when the witness isn't confident, I can perceive that he's feeling. It might not mean anything, but it's all we've got. You can see he's feeling. Think back, Apollo. Think back to the times when there was a contradiction in his testimony. All the times. All the times there was a contradiction. Well, I think I remember them, sure. There were 2 times when he made statements that he wasn't confident in. Each time, there was a contradiction. He looked at his book. Yeah, she's an amazing assistant, but God, you can't do that in a courtroom! Then again, this is Japan, America. Anything fucking goes. Looking at you, Miss Von Karma! Looking at you, Francisca! He said the man tossed aside a pistol, but it turned out he wasn't sure. Sure enough, there was a contradiction. Well, that's true, but how does that help us? Didn't you notice anything? Whenever he made a statement he wasn't confident in, he displayed a certain habit. He turn the pages in his book. Did you see it? The very moment he said the word pistol, his fingers got all tense, and he fiddled with the corner of the page in his book.
How am I supposed to see that?
Well, I could see it. How else do you think Daddy went 7 years without losing a game of poker?
What?
I always sat next to Daddy during big matches. I could see what his opponents were feeling.
You mean that's how Mr. Right won all of those games?
It's not cheating officially. I wasn't looking at their hands or anything. And I wasn't there all the time either. And he's quite good at poker after all, but not good enough to go undefeated that long.
Great. So he cheated. But what does that do for us?
I don't believe this. You have to listen to his testimony one more time. No, scratch that. You have to watch his testimony. Perceive the truth.
Watch a testimony, perceive the truth. The only thing I'm perceiving is that I'm going to lose.
Not true. Daddy said so. He said that you have the power, Apollo.
Mr. Wright said that? Feelings. Is she serious?
Time's up. Sorry, I can't think of any way out of this one, Apollo. It was actually said before the trial started.
Huh. Mr. Wright's not here today?
He said his old foot injury was acting up.
Hold on, I need to turn you down a little, Doom, because I can hear the Master Duel sounds.
Well, we can just turn on the phone
And I turned you down a little. I'll turn you back up. Sorry about that, folks. Alright, here we go.
This is what he meant by being fine?
Well, as a side, she did avoid one guilty verdict already today.
Time to show this court what I'm made of.
Get ready for justice.
Let's go.
Apollo!
You know, I sort of think I can do this.
I knew you could do it all along. Oh, one more thing. Try to cover for Mr. Hat as best you can.
I just flew in front of the coast, and my arms are tired.
Right.
June 16th, 11:40 a.m.
District Court, courtroom number 4. Court is now back in session.
Right, we're fine.
Huh. I'd like to say that the young lady standing next to you, Mr. Justice.
Oh, you mean me?
Don't you have anything to report? Anything concerning the mysterious phantom in the silk top hat?
Ah, right, him. Don't worry about it. I settled that.
You settled that?
Yes, it was an out-of-court settlement. Right. Perhaps Fraulein would have us believe it was nothing more than a passing dream. A fantastic illusion. Now you'll see it, now you don't. Am I right?
I think he's on to me.
Wish he would stop being so cool. Let us dispense with these niceties and get straight to the matter. What are your plans for our gifted wit? Right. The defense would like to request another cross-examination. Because I forgot to ask something.
There was no issue with the witness's previous testimony. I will grant your request, however, but this course will not permit for stalling for time.
Understood, Your Honor.
Don't forget Apollo. He isn't sure about something. He has a habit.
Cannot prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could he simply leave the scene with conscience. There. He's not sure he called the police? Not sure I'm qualified to watch testimonies after all.
Focus, Apollo. Find his weak spot.
Focus. If only it were that easy. My ears hear what he says, my eyes see his expression. Do I have to do something more? What other senses do I have? Ugh. What's this? My bracelet?
What's going on? My bracelet feels different somehow. I think Danny was right. You can see it, can't you, Apollo? You're almost there. Find the weak spot in his testimony. Oh, this sounds crazy. My bracelet is trying to tell me something. So, you called immediately after witnessing the murder?
The police undoubtedly have the record of the call. Why not check with them?
Wait, Apollo! This has to be it! Wait, you mean his habit? The only time he even had the book open was here. Which means that this is the place to look for his habit. I don't know how I know, but I know. Know what? It's my bracelet. It's different somehow. I feel it reacting to something about the witness. Your bracelet? Not sure I get this focus stuff you were on about, Trucy. But I have a feeling that trusting my bracelet is the way to go. Okay. Touch my bracelet. R as it reacts to the testimony. Oh, here we go. What's going on? I can see the witness's face. Expression so clearly, it's filling my mind. See nothing else. Hear nothing else. Apollo? Trucy, what is happening to me? This is what I meant by focusing. Focusing? In this state, you can see everything, Apollo. Everything the witness does. That's great, but this is kind of freaking me out. Just look for his twitch, his habit. You remember it, right? Sure, when he says something he's not sure of, he fills with his book. You got it! Right now, you're looking at the witness's face. Your eyes are sort of bugging out. I'll bet they are. First, move your focus of attention down to his hand. You know what to look for now, but you'll have to be looking at the right place. Right, I can only see his face like this. Perfect! Now you're really ready. Ready for what? Ready to perceive the truth behind that twitch. Perceive. Try listening to the witness talk as you focus. Then watch for his habit. Right, you mean when he fiddles with the page. That's right. That's your signal to look closer. Perceive with R. Find his weak spot, and I guarantee you will be able to give him the royal flush. Looking like a true Pokerhead's daughter. I'm a magician, thank you very much. Pay attention to his words and his fingers. Don't worry if you miss it. We can always try again. Right. Alright, look out, nervous twitch.
Gotcha!
I saw it just now. I could see it.
Mr. Justice, you have something to say?
Oh, this banging of desks, it's quite bad for my circulation, you know?
Mr. Stickler, allow me to ask you a simple question. Why did you fiddle with the page of your book just now? The very moment you mentioned your cell phone?
What are you talking about?
I'm curious now about this cell phone of yours. Mind if I ask a few questions? What to ask? Mr. Stickler, please show me your cell phone.
Why? Whatever for?
Show me, and you'll find out.
Well, I can't. I don't have it, you see.
You don't have it?
Mr. Stickler, is this your cell phone?
Yeah. Where did you get that?
That's the phone from yesterday. It was under the car that hit Phoenix? I have many questions now. Okay.
What's wrong?
So this guy's cell phone wound up under the car that was used to hit Phoenix. It also had Tracy's panties inside. So what? How is this connected?
That's very questionable.
Unless this is his car. In which case, I have a few more questions for you.
That is fair to assume.
Yep, I'm going in completely blind, Dynamic Tempo. I only know a couple little things. But other than those few little things, I'm blind. Blind as worm. Because bats actually have very good eyesight. How strange, Mr. Stickler. Can you explain why your cell phone is sitting here in my hand at this very moment?
Wait a minute. What is the meaning of this?
Well, to give you some context, Moss, we found out that this is Stickler's cell phone. The cell phone was found yesterday in the Meraktis Clinic garage.
The Meraktis? Why, that's where the victim lived.
That's impossible! Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court, didn't you? If your cell phone is here, how could you have called the police?
It's true. I didn't have my cell phone that night. That is why it can be said that I called from the police from the public payphone.
Thank you for subbing, Dynamic Tempo.
Phone. So you didn't call on your cell phone after all.
Just where was this payphone located, Mr. Stickler?
Well, to indicate it with a startling high degree of accuracy, it was right around here.
Right across the street from Wright's office? Okay.
That's quite a ways from the park. But why did you lie?
There can be only one reason. He didn't want the court to know he had lost his cell phone. Because it was found in the victim's garage.
What are you saying?
I'm getting to the weird parts. Oh, Lord, Mr. Stickler. You broke into the Meraktis Clinic garage on the night of the murder. This cell phone tells all.
But that's ridiculous. That makes it sound like I snuck into this fellow's garage to commit some crime. As though I were trying to kill him.
Well, Mr. Meraktis was killed that night.
Well, yes, but no. This line of reasoning has to be against the rules. Yes, it's true. I lost my cell phone. We can't prove that I lost it that night.
Well, Mr. Justice, the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder. It does raise considerable suspicions as to the connections with the crime.
Oh, you're a streamer too? I'll come check you out once I'm done here. Now's your chance, Apollo. Connect Mr. Stickler to the crime. Oh, he's already connected enough. I just have to prove it. Well, I have a piece of evidence that can do the job. Can I prove the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder? I can. Of course I have evidence. Oh, I like your swagger there, forehead. Hate it.
The court will see this evidence, Mr. Justice. Justice, print it as they say.
The evidence that proves the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder has to be the mirror. Because this was torn off of the car that the cell phone was hidden underneath. If that car moved that night, the cell phone would be crushed. So that proves that it has to have been put there after the car came back to the garage, after it hit Phoenix. Which means I'm just gonna present the mirror.
Take that! That's side view mirror.
As it so happens, Dr. Meraktis' car was in an accident that took place the night of the murder.
An accident?
An accident. It happened a little after 9 p.m., just outside People Park. Our murder scene. Dr. Meraktis' car hit a pedestrian.
What are you trying to say?
From the absence of a mirror, it's clear that the car was parked after the accident, which means it was parked there after 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. If your cell phone had been dropped before the car was in the garage, then it would have been crushed. After all, it was lying on the ground right under the wheel. Well, I hope you're okay, Tempo. There go, Mr. Stickler. The only time you could have dropped that phone in that garage was after 9 p.m. the night of the murder in the park. It is very hard to do his voice. Mr. Stickler, you know what that means? You did break into the victim's garage that night.
This is most unexpected, Mr. Justice. Are you naming the witness as a suspect in the murder of Pal Meraktis?
No, stop! This is too much. This can't be happening. Prosecutor, say something.
I suppose it is worth saying this. No connection has been found between Wesley Stickler and Pal Meraktis. That is other than this.
I believe our next testimony will be most revelatory. Is the witness prepared?
Yes, Your Honor.
I know that face. That's the face of guilt.
At night, yes, I went to the supermarket. I must have dropped my cell phone on my way back. And when I was walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime. I saw the killer, the victim, the stand, all as clear as day. It was him. I saw the defendant at the scene.
I try my best, Tempo.
Yes, but your cell phone was lying in a garage.
Yes, well, as you can see, my model cell phone has a defect. It is given to rolling. It is quite a pain when I drop it alongside the road, you know.
Looks like a normal cell phone to me. In any case, Mr. Justice, the cross-examination, please.
That's funny. The bracelet didn't react at all during the testimony. His nervous habit must not be acting up. I didn't sense anything either, actually. Looks like you're on your own this time around. Right. No problem. I hope. Here we go. So you went shopping, which means you were holding a grocery bag when you witnessed the murder take place?
Well, yes, of course.
Oh god, I've been there, Tempo. I hope you do join up, Moss. Incidentally, the prosecution has received no report of this domestic call.
Mr. Stickler, can you explain yourself?
No, I mean, yes, I did go shopping, really. I walked around that supermarket trying out these free samples. It's a deeply spiritual time for me.
I'm sure the store clerks would disagree.
You think sampling free food counts as a religion?
In any case, that night, I sampled to my heart's content and was on my way back home, yes. I must have dropped my cell phone on my way back.
God, if I could do voice acting, oh man. I can only do a couple of voices at the moment. My favorite is my old man voice because I can do that for hours. Hold it! That's when you passed in front of the Meraktis clinic.
Why, yes, that's correct.
That was pretty suspicious pause there. Mr. Stickler, do you think you could be a bit more specific? Please, show us the exact route you took on the night of the murder.
Of course. The supermarket is here, along the main road. I ran home from there. Takes me past Meraktis Clinic. This is probably when I dropped my cell phone. Yet, woe was I walked on, unaware of my loss. And walked right into that fateful park. And when I was walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime.
Hold it! Which entrance did you enter the park from?
Well, To be exact, one might say that I went in from the entrance closest to the Meraktis clinic.
The same entrance our victim used. Did you notice anything when you entered? Wheel marks from a noodle stand, for instance.
I have no recollection of such a thing. No. Yet though I might miss the tracks, I cannot miss what happened next. I'm a keen observer of the obvious, you might say. I saw the victim, the killer, the stand, all as clear as day.
This part of the testimony is the key. I know it. Did I press him about the killer, the victim, or the stand? I think I should press him about the noodle stand. He's gonna say the killer and the victim are the same, but I don't think. But I have an inkling. Just hear me out on this. The noodle stand. Do you happen to remember the noodle stand?
Quite well, yes. For a student of sciences, keen observation and healthy curiosity are vital. I remember everything. I could even read the sign. I believe it said... noodle. Yes, that was it.
For remembering something quite well, it sure took you a moment to tell us. And thank you for telling us that the noodle stand sells noodles. Yes, very enlightening. Well, Mr. Justice?
That sign. That's important. It's very important. So the sign on the noodle stand said noodle. For the court records, allow me to explain what I'm about to do before I hit this button. As you see... Oh, okay. As you can see, when it's read from this side, it says El Dune, not noodles. This is the direction that we saw it from. In order for him to see noodle, it would have to be backwards. Plus, this side's a little covered up, isn't it? You can't even see the end. Which means that the victim, coming from this direction, would have to turn left to look at our witness here when he shouted. Which means he couldn't have been shot in the head. Our witness is a liar through and through. It appears the defense has just obtained a vital piece of testimony.
Is this noodle stand's broth really that delicious? I think I'll sample the wares one of these days. I think that's worth adding to the testimony as well.
Whatever sort of noodles that stand sells, it can't match up to IVU's cafeteria. Some apply it to the school merely for the taste of our smart noodles.
I wouldn't mind a taste of that myself. Right here.
Objection!
And you're absolutely sure the sign read noodle.
Why, just last week my professor offered me this praise.
Have a good time, Tempo. I'll try and check in before you end.
At least you have a good eyesight, Stickler. I'll give you that. It read, without a doubt, noodle.
I see.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Is that pity I see in your eyes?
Let's take a look at our map, shall we? So you're claiming that when you saw the sign, you were standing here. Was it? Although, it would have been a bit hard to read the sign from this spot.
You think so?
Mr. Stickler, I'd like you to please take another look at the stand and carefully read what that sign says. See, the sign actually states the name of the stand's owner. El Dunes.
Inconceivable! I'm certain it was definitely noodle for sure. Positive.
I'm afraid your professor was wrong about that eyesight.
I wouldn't be so quick to jump to that conclusion, Judge. The sign he saw changes everything. The witness says the sign said noodle, and he saw it right. What would you say if I told you that there is one spot from which the sign could be read the way Mr. Stickler claims?
What?
Mr. Justice, show us this spot. The witness actually viewed the stand from this location. Mr. Justice. Please refrain from using my voices.
Sorry, Judge. All right. It would be about here, wouldn't it?
Take that!
The witness was standing here, on the opposite side. Spin it around.
How do you know that?
When viewed from the south, the sign on the stand reads El Dunes, as we know. However, flip it around, and it says Noodle. Hey, no worries, Moss. Thanks for letting me know. Observe the other side of the stand.
Oh, this side says noodle.
Exactly. The name of the stand is split between the front and back sign. Mr. Stickler, you lied to the courts. You witnessed the crime from the northern side of the park, not the south. You got me!
Objection!
So what? So what? What does it matter if he saw the killing from the north or the south side? It makes no difference at all. He's right! Travel far enough to the south and you will end up going north! Actually, he's right. What does it change? It changes everything, Apollo! Trucy, remember his testimony from before. Though to be honest, I'm a little scared of where this is leading. The killer and the victim are facing each other. Then, at the moment the killer raises his weapon, Mr. Stickler shouts. At which point the victim turns his head to look, and the killer fires his pistol. Pow! Right in the temple. That's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. No contradictions, right? Right. But if Mr. Stickler was standing on the north side of the park, that reverses the whole scenario. Completely! If Mr. Stickler shouts from where he is now, and the victim looks in his direction, pow! Right in the left temple. The bullet would have to hit his left temple. In other words, someone standing at point K couldn't shoot the victim in his right temple. It's impossible.
That's right.
So, now that we know that Mr. Stickler was standing on the northern side, the wound location takes on an entirely different meaning. Indeed. You are absolutely correct, Fräulein.
What meaning?
The entry wound was on the right side of the victim's head, right? Well, the right side of the victim's head is north, which means someone was hiding inside the cart and shot him in the head.
North. Ah! But that's where the witness, Wesley Stickler, was standing.
Correct. So if he's standing to the north, the only person here who could have shot the victim in the right temple was Mr. Stickler himself. Yeah!
Order! Order! Order!
Wow, apple didn't fall far from the tree. She flipped this whole case on its head while I was still figuring it out.
Objection!
Clarify one point for me, if you would, Herr Forehead. What now? Are you truly accusing this college student of murder? Well, I can't say he exactly looks innocent, but something still doesn't feel right. I just can't picture him as the real killer. No, please, look aside! I'm really a nice guy! All of my friends say so!
Let's hear what the defense has to say.
What are you going to do now, Justice? Do I really accuse Mr. Stickler? Moss, are you still here? I have a feeling I shouldn't accuse him of murder. I just like a little clarification. Am I right to not accuse him of murder?
Go with my gut, huh? Alright, I accuse him of another crime. I don't think Wesley Stickler is a killer, but he is not innocent either. His unusual silence tells me that much. Mr. Stickler, you seem unusually quiet. Tell us why, now.
The word confession isn't in my dictionary!
Poor head. I'm afraid it falls to you to elucidate Herr Stickler's silence.
Mr. Justice, you did say you were accusing the witness just now. For a crime other than murder. Your reason? The court's all ears.
Yeah, I know he's guilty of something, but what crime other than murder is there? Evidence that shows him involved in some other crime?
Your evidence. The court's all eyes, Mr. Justice.
What I think happened is that Stickler is the panty snatcher. He stole Trucy's, I did not mean to, okay. He stole Trucy's panties, stuffed it in the car tailpipe, and accidentally dropped his cell phone there. That's my logic. That's my guess. So, should I show the panties or his cell phone? I'll go with the cell phone. Take that! Something tells me this isn't one of those good silences.
Something else to say, Mr. Justice?
One more chance, please?
By all means, but your effort wasn't wasted. Look, a brand new penalty.
I can't believe I'm about to do this. I'm gonna present the panties, aren't I? Take that! The evidence is this.
What? Is that women's underwear?
Hey, those are mine!
Don't look at me like that!
Order! 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 Mr. Stickler, well, I can't say this comes as a shock.
It's not what it seems! I swear it by Pythagoras' theorem!
On the night of the murder, just after 9 p.m., a young girl catches a panty snatcher red-handed. Bravely, she gives chase. The snatcher flees and hides himself in no other place than the Meraktis Clinic garage.
Aha!
Incidentally, these panties were found in the exhaust pipe of the car there. Presumably, he was trying to hide the evidence of his crime. Ergo, while you may not be a murderer, you are guilty of panty snatching in the first degree.
Please, hear me out! It's not what it looks like!
Order! I will have order! Or I shall become giant and smash you all with this gavel like I did in Phoenix's dreams! Mr. Stickler, you should be ashamed.
It's not what it...
I love your scream here from this.
Oh, my throat doesn't.
Sure, we are to understand that because you were silent, not because you were guilty of murder, but because you lacked the courage to admit your theft of this girl's undergarments.
So I'm about halfway through it. Thanks, Moss.
Perhaps you are not aware my school's name was originally written IV. I stands for intelligent, V stands for valiant, see?
Your point?
I'm not done. Now, I'm a major of the sciences department. And what does does science teach if not curiosity?
Oh my god, he's gonna try and defend himself with that? Excuse me a moment, where's my stick? Where's my stick? Ah, here's my stick. Objection! Come on, you're talking about a girl's panties here.
No, you do not understand. Mystery is the unknown, and the unknown is unacceptable. And my friends, when it comes to the mysteries, those are the promised land. From the moment I first laid eyes on them, I was compelled to investigate for science. A full-size car tire was only the first mystery those things revealed.
A tire?
Yes, I saw her do it. She pulled a tire for those panties.
Oh! Oh, okay. So he's not investigating the underwear because it's underwear. He's investigating it because of the trick.
But that's not all. First there was a starter, then a stew pot, and a frozen chicken. One mystery after another. It was magic.
Oh, I remember now. He's one of the regulars in the audience at the Wonder Bar. Huh? He's talking about the trick.
I just don't understand. A broom from a pair of panties. It mocks the very laws of physics.
A broom and a frozen chicken. Trucy. Whatever happened to doves and bunny rabbits?
Mr. Stickler, you saw this girl's panties to understand a magic trick?
You say panties, but they are so much more than that. For me, they are an object of serious study.
I wonder, has there been a recent crash of panty snatchings in the area? Was they all you?
I am sorry, but I did it for science.
And he's off again. Excuse me, get the stick. Stop talking. Thank you.
Still, that leaves one thing unexplained.
Ah, you refer to our witness's Azalai, yes? The witness claims he saw the crimes from the south, but in fact, it was in the north.
Indeed. Would anyone care to explain why he lied about that?
By my guess, Herr Forehead. Me? Did I not hear you correctly? Did you not say that you do not accuse the witness of murder? Oh. Why then did the witness lie about his location at the time of the shooting? Or have you no idea? Hello? There's something about the way the diagram is arranged right now. When you think about it, right here where Mr. Stickler is standing, isn't there a...
Well, Mr. Justice, what say you? Do you have any evidence to show us why the witness lied about his location?
I wish I could take another look at the diagram. My only guess is that... I know I've got the evidence, Moss. Is it the other panties? You know what? Why the hell? Why not? I really don't think it is, but what the hell? Huh? These bloomers sure have a distinct design. Certainly know who they belong to at a glance. That way she doesn't have to write her name on them. Genius! I think writing your name would be easier than drawing a plum blossom. Okay, so I don't think it's that. Why would he lie about the location? I don't know. legitimately don't know. There was a puddle, right? So what good is there with a puddle? Wait a minute. That means his entry point was wrong. If he was coming in from that way, he would have had to have seen them from the south. That means that he had to be coming from the other direction, from the Kitaki mansion. Okay, that's a major reason right there, because he caught stealing these. I think. I'm just gonna present. Why not? Let me just, Take that! This one? Evidence that shows why he lied is this.
What? More panties?
How many panties are you carrying in your pocket, Hairphone? These are the last, honest. These were found in the trash can at the park. Looking at the diagram, we can see that the trash was right next to where the witness stood. I was confused by the puddle. Mr. Stickle, you didn't.
Alas, I'm a failure as a scientist. I can't unravel the mysteries of the universe. I can't even unravel a pair of panties.
So, these panties you were wearing to work as well.
That night, I had been chased, hounded into the Meraktis clinic garage. Weeping in frustration, I was forced to abandon my prize. Don't you see how I felt?
Believe me, I'd rather not.
I hid in the garage for a short while. Then, abandoning the panties, I made for home. To avoid the office where the girl works, I went towards the south entrance. When I saw them hanging there on a clothesline by the giant mansion, a giant pair of panties.
Apparently he didn't know those bloomers belonged to the mob.
I had them safe in my pocket, ready to take home, when I stumbled upon a murder.
The murder of Dr. Meraktis.
I reported what I had seen, and I waited for the police to arrive. I got scared. What if they snatched me?
That's when you disposed of the bloomers?
Yes, it was a severe blow to the progress of science, but one that had to be borne.
A fascinating, if disturbing tale.
Okay.
I believe this brings today's proceedings to a close. I'm more than pleased to dismiss the witness for the remainder of the trial.
One last thing, if I might.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin?
Regardless of where we ended up today, some vital points were made. Namely, that the defendant, Waki Kitani, was at the scene of the crime, and he was pointing a weapon at the victim. One more thing. Waki Kitani has a clear motive.
Indeed, the defendant Waki Kitani is still the prime suspect in this case. The only suspect, in fact, assuming there were no one else at the scene of the crime. Yet, a mystery remains. The location of the wound in the victim's right temple has yet to be explained. The court requests further investigations from both the defense and the prosecution.
Yeah, baby. No problem.
Very well, this brings the trial for the day to a close. Court is adjourned.
I'm gonna take a guess right now and say that someone was hiding inside that noodle cart. Shot the man right in the head.
In which template was victim shot again?
He was shot in the right temple. All right. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to go get some food. We'll be right back. All right, I'm back while my lunch cooks. Let's continue. June 16th, 2:23 p.m. Right Anything Agency. What a train wreck that was. Oh, God. I'm glad we made it out of the trial alive.
Really? I'm fun. And Walkie made it through the day, too.
Everyone was too obsessed with panties to bother with a real case.
But it was good publicity. Imagine the crowd at my show tonight. You should come, Polly.
Yeah.
The amazing Mr. Hat will be making an appearance.
Hi, folks. I'll be here all week. That's about enough of him.
Hello? Ah, Miss Talia. Tiala. Thank you for today. The trial went well.
Oh, right. No problem.
You think Walkie will be okay?
Well, he's not guilty. Yet.
Please, you have to help him. We're supposed to get married next month.
Oh, congratulations. Yeah, way to put the pressure on a guy.
Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
All right, well. Are you sure about marrying into the Kitaki family?
I'm fine with it, and I love Walkie with all my heart. Aw, that's so sweet!
So it doesn't bother you that you'll be, married to the mob?
I don't think so. My parents are against it, of course. Say, where did you and Walkie first meet anyway?
Good question. Miss Tiala doesn't look like the type that would have gangster connections.
Oh, we met at my old job, actually. Ah, office romance!
She's not very forthcoming with information about herself, is she? Did you know that the boss is trying to get out...
Did you know that the boss is trying to get out of the business?
Really? Mr. Kitaki wants to quit being a gangster?
He's trying to transfer his assets into a normal company. He only announced it recently, out of the blue. I hear there's quite a lot of confusion going on in the ranks.
What if that explains the apron?
I can't imagine Wonky going along with that. He's highly motivated, isn't he?
That's not the word I would have used.
He said, I'll be the next big bad boss and keep the family alive. I think he's at that age when boys want to make a mark on the world.
That's not the way I would have put it.
His father moves in a lot of circles. He's really focused on profits. The Kitaki family's been making a killing recently.
Again, not the way I would have put it.
Milwaukee says it's not about the money. They have the gangster tradition to uphold. Ooh, a generational gap. They even got the ever classic "What about the family business" thing going.
It is very hard to switch between their voices. I am sorry. Usually it's the father worried about the tradition. Can I ask you a question about Waki? I understand he was operated on by the victim, Dr. Meraktis.
Apparently, yes.
I was in the clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my op something bad. Then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. I gotta go in, get another doctor patch me up again.
Yes, it sounded horrible. Waki's always been fond of fighting, I'm afraid.
I'm not sure if it qualifies as fighting when pistols are involved.
Mr. Gavin was saying his life might be in danger, wasn't he? No, that can't be right. I'm sure he was just trying to scare us.
Scary to think?
But that a surgeon might make a mistake. It's even scarier when he tries to hide it.
I'd like to know a little more about this operation. It's time to pay the Meraktis clinic a visit.
I should be getting home now. Waki's in your hands, Mr. Justice.
Right. Leave it to me.
Apollo! I think you're only making her more nervous.
Sorry, I'm new at this, okay?
It's all right. I believe in you.
Ouch! Okay, we should go see Justice. Wow, okay, we should go see Phoenix. And he's not here. Maybe we can finally get some words out of the... June 16th, the detention center visitor's room.
Looks like Waki's out for questioning.
I really need to talk to him. Guess we'll come back later. Excuse me. Yeah? The other suspect is all through with her questioning, sir.
The other? Ah, you mean the panty snatcher.
Wesley Stickler. So they arrested him too? Alright, let's have a little chat with Mr. Stickler. I really hope I don't regret this.
He is a valuable witness.
He is a bit precious, I'll give him that.
Please, keep this brief if you would. I'm quite busy.
Really? A pun?
I need to finish this paper. Yeah, it's you!
Mr. Stickler, we'd like to have a few words with you.
Very well. As long as they're few.
Nothing would make me happier, believe me. Let's skip over the panty snatcher thing for now and ask about what we really witnessed. You relate what you saw the night of the murder for us, one more time.
Why not? Though it hardly differs from the testimony I gave in court. The defendant was there in the park that night. Of this I am quite certain. He was pointing a pistol, or something like that, at the victim. That's when I shouted, "Stop, you two! Let's resolve this like gentlemen." The next moment, a shot was fired. And this is all true, really. Sir,
I know, I did it again.
my panties are gone, my innermost heart revealed. What further reason could I possibly have to lie?
I can't think of anything he wanted to hide more than panty snatcher, that's true.
Sounded like Waki was at the scene of the crime, all right.
I wish it weren't so. Alright, I'm not gonna voice this part. Mr. Stickler, on the night of the murder, you stole How exactly are you being misunderstood?
You wanted to know the trick to my panties, right?
You're here too!
Huh? Apollo, help!
I don't know. I think he'd make a great, lovely assistant.
Don't say that, Apollo.
Couldn't help it. Alright, let's see here. June 16th, Eldune's house.
Hey, it's Mr. Eldoon. Oh, Mr. Eldoon. What's wrong?
So, you found my stand. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Ah,
But now it's a crime scene and they won't let me have it back. That's also why I'm here. I got no other place to go. How can a noodle stand be a crime scene? That's what I don't get, Trucy Doll. Even in death, he's after my neck, I tell you. Can't even cook an honest noodle.
even in death. You mean the victim, Mr. Meraktis?
I tell you, it's enough to drive a man to make his soup even saltier. I mean to never eat his noodles when he's in a bad mood. Can't stand. For generations, it's served up the very best noodles that us Eldunes can make. A tradition of noodles and salty broth. It's more than a stand, it's history, I tell you. Say, or become true.
That's a great story, Mr. Eldoon. Single stand passed down from generation to generation.
Of course, to be honest, I didn't plan on doing it.
That's right, you said something about that. About you rebelling against your pops, was it?
Good memory, Trucy Doll. I was a go-getter back in my day. Until my friend next door. In the end, I was left with nothing but this dusty old stand to earn my fortune. Mr. Eldoon, I don't want to pry. But what exactly did you do before you became a chef? Ah, that old noodle's a lie. That's what I have to say. Starting to get an idea of what he did anyway. He stole my dreams and left me with nothing but noodles. Now I don't even have that. I think he used to be a doctor. Mr. Eldoon, if I might ask, what exactly happened between you and the Meraktis clan? I couldn't help but sense enmity here. Enmity? I hate it. Hate it. Him acting like he smells like roses when he's rolling in mud. Excuse me. He's the only doctor at that clinic, you know. Pretty impressive, man. My impersonation? Yeah. I'll tell you the secret to his success, the mob. I mean, the Kitaki family. They're always having one of them turf wars or whatnot. Always an injury or two, then he's fixing. Meraktis saw the chance for some business. So he started giving the Kitaki family a good deal. A deal? Every fifth operation for free. He stole the idea from my pops. 1 free bowl of noodles a week, he used to say.
And a doctor just decided to do that? What about the insurance companies?
Oh, no doubt it's illegal. But it got him in good with the family. Pretty soon he was getting all the business in town. Leaving me here in the dock. Up to my neck in soup and noodles. I think I figured out what Mr. Eldoon's former occupation was.
Can't hurt to ask, Apollo.
Mr. Eldoon. Or should I say, Dr. Eldoon. Figured it out, did you? That's right. I was a doctor. A surgeon. Until the year before last.
So, Mr. Meraktis was your rival.
You like those onions they put in the soup broth? Yeah, kinda. You take a spoon, drink some broth. Those onions will find a way in there. For people who don't like them, that's just fine. But people who hate them, I hate them. Hate them. Always sneaking in from the side, getting in the way of a good tasting spoonful. Well, that's what he was. An onion. Onion boy, that's what I called him.
So, you weren't exactly friends.
Me and Pal Meraktis. Ever since preschool, we were getting in each other's face. No matter what I did, sure enough, he'd come following along. And he'd do it better than me. Just blow right past without so much as a howdy. I see. That's right. I was a surgeon long before he was, you know. And that no-good onion boy comes along.
Well, Trucy, looks like we found ourselves a new suspect.
Don't say that. Thanks to him, I was supposed to trade my scalpel for a ladle. Sorry, pal. Didn't mean to weigh you down with an old man's ramblings.
No, it's fine.
By way of apology, if you ever get yourself in a spot of trouble, you drop by. You're investigating Meraktis, aren't you? Yeah. Well, you want to know about a doctor. You ask a doctor. That's all I'm saying. You just think of me if you need something, Truce, huh?
Right. Thanks, Mr. Eldoon.
I guess the time spent listening to him complain wasn't entirely wasted. Okay. Here's how I think this trial's gonna go. The one who botched his surgery was actually this guy. Meraktis is the second doctor.
Well, we've got to check out this clinic, that's for sure.
Yeah, but what about the guard?
No harm in asking. Excuse me.
Hey, it's you two from yesterday. That's the same officer that was standing out by the park yesterday. Your business is over in the park, isn't it? The clinic's off limits. It's not involved.
But
What part of off limits do you not understand? Show me proof that the clinic is connected to the incident at the park or beat it. No harm in asking, no gain either. No point in sticking around here, I guess. Let's go to the garage. Hello, meow meow.
hey, kitty cat. Here, kitty kitty. It's not coming down.
You do look kind of suspicious, I'll have to admit.
Okay. This hair won't hurt you.
It's okay, she won't make you disappear in her hat. Not quite the match of the century, my ass. That car lost that fight. Are you serious? Okay, we saw all that before. There. All right. I'm not doing the stepladder thing. Let's move out. Back to Eldoon's house. Back to the mansion, I guess. June 16th, Kitaki Mansion. Hi! Yikes! She's back! Hey, you two, over here. Us?
Yo, little plum. What's up?
All this gangster stuff is a negative influence on Trucy.
I heard you retrieved my bloomer.
Well, I was just doing... man speaks clearly. Takes credit where it's due. You caught the thief, didn't you? Yeah. Sorry, I caught him.
You're cute when you're nervous, Polly.
I'll deal with you later. But enough about bloomers. What about my son, Waki? Waki? Well, he, clearly... Yes, ma'am. Why, I was kind of hoping we could avoid coming back here.
He's really everything you'd expect in a boss's son. I'm going to be a gangster, dude.
The life does have an appeal for that age. Particularly for boys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? Don't look at me like that! He was shot in a turf war about half a year ago. Yes, we heard the story from Waki. But he didn't tell you the whole story. You know, even if he had a pistol then, he couldn't have shot anyone. What? He acts like he's hard, but he couldn't shoot someone to save his life. I should know. I'm his mom. Her words never served to wait. Hopefully, when this is all taken care of, he and the boss can sort out their differences. The boss? You mean Waki's father? They didn't seem to be on the best terms, did they? It's true. One of our pistols is missing. But the murder weapon was from this mansion. I kind of figured, given the difficulty of obtaining a gun these days. None of the rank in the file have access. Only the boss, myself, and Waki could have taken it. I see. I'm sure the cops will continue tromping all over the mansion because of this case. Maybe this is a sign that it's a time for a change. She doesn't seem too concerned, at least. Yeah, Waki's fiancé. They're getting married next month, correct? I suppose she's been staying over lately. You don't look too happy about that, little plum. How'd you guess? Even I could tell that. Could you tell us more about her? Waki brought her home one day. Says he wants to tie the knots. I can see why. She's so pretty. Oh, she's pretty enough, but you know... it's probably just me being suspicious. Stay in this business too long. You start to only see darkness in people. You get a nose for it. A nose for people, a nose for trouble. I wonder what the problem is. It's like a gangster's only version of female intuition. The boss may act tough, but that boy means the world to him. Waki seems like he's against his father's position. It's to be expected. We're in a bit of a transition now. Trying to cut our ties to the shadier side of the street. Do more on the up and up. Waki isn't too enthusiastic about the change, that's true. But why the change? Is the gangster thing just not paying the bills? It pays. We need a lot of money right now. Clean money, that is. I see. Something must be up. He'll see things the way the boss sees them one day. Alright, let's head inside the park. Can't stop us now.
Alright, you want to check something from the inside.
Yep, that's exactly why I'm here. And this is what I was looking for. Yeah, I do imagine her voice being a bit rough, but I decided to not give her a voice. I think that'd be funnier. Poor Mr. Eldoon. His stand's been standing here since this whole thing started. It almost looks at home here in the park now. I think it should be made into a playhouse for children. I think its owner would disagree. I see this right here. I see them bullet holes. Court record. Hold on. Hold on.
Those weren't there at first because that thing covers it up.
Bitch, let me look at the bullet holes. Blue plastic tarps cover the ground around the stand. They were apparently put here to preserve the crime scene. A trash can sits next to the path here. And I guess now we know it was Mr. Stickler who put Little Plum's bloomers here, huh? That's right, Trucy. And what a web of lies grew from that one little act. I still remember that moment. You brandished those bloomers on high and shouted objection. Here's what I want you to do, Trucy. Take that memory, gently lock it away deep in your heart, and never speak of it again. Benches line the river running through the park. Little urban oasis. I bet children come here to splash around in the water. That river's a little deep for splashing. And a little dirty.
Well, they could listen to the water and pretend they were playing.
Mannequin put in place of the body. I think I've seen him by the police station. But he's forced to look at the ground now, day in and day out. It's kind of sad. I can see the bullet holes, game. Oh, God. Do I have to go and give the woman the stupid... Okay. Here, take your bloomers. No, don't investigate them. Here, present. About these. Hey, my bloomers. Thanks for that. I owe you one. I thought you might like them back, so... Eh? Oh, no. Why don't you keep them as a souvenir? Oh, no, I couldn't. Really, thanks for the offer, but...
I could use those in my magic panties act. I'll pull shiz and pieces and god pockets out of them.
What? Great. Now your props are going from bland to dangerous. So this pistol belongs to the Kitaki family. Is that correct?
It's one of the pieces we keep around. That is, we used to keep around.
They're all gone now.
Oh?
Police came in yesterday and took everything. Everything but my broom.
Don't you think you should have given them that too?
You kidding? Can't clean up very well without a broom. Can you tell me if this knife belongs to Waki? Oh, that's his knife, all right. Bought it for him for his birthday. Wow, that's a pretty hardcore present. I remember him falling asleep with it, clutching his arms.
Oh, I know that feeling. Nobody was just as happy as I was with my plastic spaghetti.
Okay. Wait, what happens if I give her Trucy's panties? Let's find out. Okay. That's right, Sonny. When you bring my stand home, I'm ready. Can't you see I'm ready? I guess. Well, that's standing back home. The case is not closed. You hear me? I think I'll avoid talking about his stand in the future. Okay. Phoenix? Are you there, man? No? Detention center? Aha! I was hoping to meet with my client. Walkie Kitaki has just finished questioning. I'll bring him over.
Great! Finally!
Yo, sup, my little imposter?
What did you call me?
Zan, it's you? Sorry, G. Thought you were a leader.
My little imposter sure is a strange nickname.
It's a blink thing. You wouldn't understand. Did I say imposter? I meant poster. Like poster girl, eh?
If you're going to drop part of that, why not drop poster and just call her girl?
Cause she's too much more than that, G. She's like an angel. A fallen angel. So, what can I do for you?
You don't look so chipper today, Walkie.
Worried about your, heart condition, maybe? Man, I ain't trying to hear that. Man, Foster protects what's valuable to him. You know what I'm saying? I miss my fallen angel. Hey, you go get a leader for me. You're my lawyer, ain't you? Lawyer, not gopher. Finally, we can talk to him. So I hear you're to be married next month. Straight up, we pulled the nuptial 40. What? Oh, also turn that off. Pour the nuptial 40 out on the stoop. Okay. I think he's smitten with her in his own weird way.
I was wondering, how did you two meet? I asked Tiala, but she was very vague.
Huh? Well, man, she wouldn't tell you. So my theory, Moss, is that someone hid inside the cart and shot the victim point blank in the head. I best hold my tongue. You feel me? What? Man, what's past is past. You know that. When I'm with a leader, I feel like there's things worth protecting out there. You feel me? My leader, she's down with that all the way. Both of them are dumb about their past. Okay, let's talk about the clinic.
You think you could tell us what happened with you and Pal Meraktis?
It's something you should know. The Kitakis are having what you might call a feud with the Rivales family. So about 6 months back, I go into Rivales' turf, packing a knife, right?
And you were shot?
Coldest thing I ever saw. One shot to the heart. My homies weren't too late. It's a miracle that I lived. It's already considered one of the 7 wonders of the Kitaki family, you know that? So you were taken from Meraktis' clinic then. You should have seen their faces when they wheeled me in. You can't just let the boss's son die, you know? I hate to have been in that doctor's shoes. Mr. Kitaki's scary enough when he's not angry.
But the bullet that hit you, it was never removed?
And it's still threatening his life. That doctor, he did that on purpose. The Rivales paid him off, I'm sure of it. I need to hear more about the night of the murder. That much is clear. Life in the family is a G thing. It's about being a man. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry, I'm not up on my G things. I'm not even sure what a G thing is.
But my old man, he's gone soft. He says the old rival gang days are over. He just wants to make money.
Is that a good thing?
Man, there ain't no soul in making money. Better live fast and die young. Wait till I run the yard, then everyone will know what time it is. That's right, OG time and all that. Represent. I am going to get slammed for saying that. I apologize.
Apollo? Why does he keep talking about old guys?
I don't think that's what OG means, Tracy. About these weapons, the pistol and the knife, they belong to the family. I stuck them out that night. So the killer Mr. Stickler says he saw that night was... I guess it was me. I was there after all. We're finished.
Yo, Walkie, do you think you could tell us exactly what happened that night?
Yeah. You don't be around the bush, do you? You like your style, shorty. Actually, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you for a while now. That is, did you do it? Did you shoot him? I don't know. Yeah. The day of that checkup, when I found out about the bullet in my heart, I borrowed a gun from the family stash. Figured I'd give that doctor a taste of his own bad medicine. Well, I don't like where this is going.
But you were carrying a knife, weren't you?
Oh, that? Yeah, well, never can be too careful, I say. So I'm on my way to the clinic, right? When I run into him in the park and he's dragging this noodle stand behind him.
Wait, you didn't put him up to that? Like, you know, in the movies? If you value your life, you'll bring the stand?
Shorty, you're more whack than I am. And that's saying something. Agreed.
And I was serious.
Thing is, I don't remember what happened next all too well. You don't remember? But the way I see it, if there wasn't anyone else there that night, and I guess it probably was me who did him in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, whatever. Phoenix, are you there now? Damn it. Any ideas? So, any leads?
One moment.
Whoa, Kaminsky's flying out of nowhere.
That's all. Neat, huh?
Yeah, real neat.
Doesn't put walking in a very good position, does it?
He's at the scene of the crime, that's pretty clear.
There's gotta be a different angle on this. Well, let's get investigating. No time like the present.
Can I use the... I legitimately don't know where to go now. Fuck. Moss, can you give me a hint of where I should go?
Maybe try for some reference to.
What's that? Showing him the what? The gun? Yeah, I showed him the gun. I'll turn him up. Also, Moss, do you have any idea where I should go now? Like, what am I missing? What did I forget to do? What have I not done? Oh, wait. Here we go. Here we go.
Look at that crowd over by the park.
Probably people trying to get a glimpse of the crime scene.
But why are those girls screaming? I think I just heard one say, "Oh my god, it's him."
Wait. That motorcycle. Ah, if this isn't Hanford Head. Prosecutor Gavin? Some fans found me on my way out. Just my luck. Thus the screams. New album just came out, you know? Try waving to them. They love it. They are so excited. It doesn't matter who waves to them, see? This is surreal.
So you were here investigating?
I was on my way home when my hog gave up the ghost. Hog? My motorcycle won't start. Clogged exhaust pipe.
Too bad. Looks like such a nice bike, too. Hard to believe that it could break just from that.
Ah, it's mine fault. I think I was using the wrong oil. Cars, motorbikes, they're all the same. Clogs the exhaust and they won't run. Ah, machine. Tell me you share my angst in your forehead. I ride a bicycle, actually. Ah, in any event, I'm off to the shop to get her. The detective in charge of the scene isn't fond of me in it. Detective? You mean the one in the lab coat? Yeah, he's in a foul mood too. Be gentle. Off Peter sane, baby. I think that was a valuable clue just then. What he told us about the tailpipes. That proves the car couldn't have run after the panties were stuffed in there. And the forecast for the park today, gloomy skies.
Well, nothing to do but head on in. Let's hit the park, Apollo.
Onwards to a very angry lady. Huh? Does something about this scene look different to you?
The blue tarps are gone. Maybe that's it?
Yeah, I think you're right. Look over there.
The white frocked detective from yesterday. He seems to be apologizing reverently to the trash can.
She's under a lot of stress. The investigation's probably not going so well.
Hey, you there. If you're going to talk about someone behind their back, do it more quietly, please.
Oh, Detective Sky. Hello.
You seem as gloomy as ever. This is miserable, miserable. It's got my new kit and I can't get this stuff to work. Everyone's all smiles for that glamorous fop. Glamorous? Does she mean the prosecutor?
More to the point, doesn't she mean glamorous?
When he walks his shiny chains, catch the sun glimmer in my eyes, it's distracting.
On that note, I should probably go get my lunch. Be right back. I'm back, everyone. Sorry about that. Just had to go get my lunch. Speaking of distracting.
I guess I'll just have to accept the fact that I lack talent.
Sounds like she's trying out some sort of new forensic technique. Detective Sky, you know Mr. Wright, correct?
How do you know my father? I want details. Well, he helped me out a long time ago. You might say he saved me.
Wasn't she saying something about getting involved in an incident?
I can't stand it when things are vague, especially in a case. I went to become a forensic scientist in Europe.
But you're a detective now?
Well, I failed the test. But, you know, rank and title don't matter. What matters is what's inside your heart. I always thought that too. My heart is full of science. That's why I bought this kit through mail order. And I'm gonna test it here before the forensics team arrives.
Are you sure that's okay?
I won't lie, I'm not fond of that man. Those glamorous types always rub me the wrong way.
Glamorous, right?
A prosecutor should be cool of wit and furrowed of brow. Less glamorous and more shimmerous, you know?
No, actually I don't.
Well, that and what happened 7 years ago. Prosecutor Gavin was the one who stripped Mr. Wright of his attorney's badge.
What? He was the one?
You mean you didn't know? I thought you were one of his boys.
I'm neither a boy nor one of his. Well, let's see what she's got to say. What exactly happened 7 years ago? Never actually heard all the details.
Then investigate. It's better if you learn it for yourself anyway.
Okay. So Gavin's the one who brought Phoenix down. So what about this new kit? Do you mind me asking exactly what it is you've been doing? Squatting down on the ground like that?
Oh, you want to know, do you? Well, I splurged on a new toy.
You splurged? You mean it wasn't police issue?
What is it? I see a roller and glue. This is a footprint analysis kit.
Footprint?
It was raining on the night of the murder, which means the footprints were left.
Oh,
Oh, does that have anything to do with those blue tarps?
right.
The ground was muddy, so I had to protect it as it was that night. I wanted to know exactly where someone was standing.
Like your student witness, for instance?
Ah! And with that kit!
Right. What?
Want to try this stuff out?
Are you sure? I mean, we're sort of on opposing teams and all.
Oh, pshaw, we're friends! And, to tell the truth, I'm not so good at doing this. Guess I'm a little clumsy. I could use your help.
Okay, I'll give it a go.
That's the spirit. Right, allow me to explain. One moment. She's reading the instructions for her kit.
Why does this not fill me with confidence?
That thing's gonna make me crazy, I swear.
First, we have to pick the footprint, or in this case, shoe print we want to analyze. I've taken the liberty of marking all the shoe prints in the park. Well, which shoe print should we start with? Shoe prints prepare to be examined. Ooh, this is so exciting! Right,
Why
here goes.
is Susan here?
What? Who?
I'm just looking for a pack for some reason. Zeus is in there.
Oh, you're just doing Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. Okay, I was confused for a second.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking for a master with one of the packs. That the
Right.
one with the picture where you go forbidden trouble.
Yep.
Right, here goes. First, pour the plaster into the print until it's full. You try it.
How am I supposed to do that?
Just press space where you want to pour the plaster. Like this.
Doesn't look too hard.
If you run out of plaster in your beaker before you're done, you'll have to start over.
There we go.
Not bad. You're handier with that than you look.
What's that supposed to mean?
On to the next step. Dry the plaster until it turns white. Right. Just press space to blast it with that dryer. There. Give it a shot. Looks like it's hardened nicely. Let's take a look. Yes, that's a good one. Next, the ink. Ready for the next step? Use this roller to ink just the shoe print part. Hold down on that roller tight now and roll it up and down. Get going. Keep going until you get good enough ink on there for a good print. Right, now the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's take our print. Ready? Here we go. Let's see if we get a match.
Click next case or whatever it's called after each case so you don't get spoiled. Okay. Right, got it. Okay, got it, Moss. So yeah, they're a perfect match. So Waki was here. So the shoe prints belong to Waki Kitani after all. Kitaki. Hi, John. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in to the 300 sub special. He was in the park on the night of the crime. Wow, I can almost see the signs at work. Don't you love it? Ah, nothing feels better. She's definitely way more into this than I am. Just let me know if you want to do some more. I'll be here, solving the case with science. That certainly brightened her mood. Detective Sky, mind if we give it another go? Right on. Leave no print unanalyzed, I say. Well, we have to. Now to pick which print you want to analyze. So that's Waki. Who's this person's prints? Next, we dry the plaster. Okay, let's take out the mold. That's a good one. Let's get our print. Huh. That's a funny shoe print. Is that even a shoe? It is strange. So smooth. Except for the part with the leaf. I can say without even looking that this print doesn't match any print on our list. A mystery print. I know where to find that thing. That's the fucking slippers that were in the trash can. This one. Here. 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 And here. Let's make our shoe print. Sorry if I go quiet, by the way, I'm just scarfing down some lunch. Yep, there we go. So this proves that he was there. Now we know where the panty snatcher was standing. This print is far too smooth to be from a regular shoe. It is a shoe print of some kind, though, that's certain. Still, you have to wonder what it's doing here. It's right next to the El Dunes noodle stand. Does make one wonder. Hey, you. Yeah? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? You wouldn't happen to have something in mind. Something that might have left this mystery shoe print? Nope, sorry. No idea. Too bad. I wonder what it is. Nothing's familiar about that smooth surface. So smooth it's almost slippery. See, I knew these freaking slippers were part of this.
This trash can. This is where we found the mirror.
Come to think of it, wasn't there something else in here? Something near the bottom. Look at the paint on these. That means these must have ended up in here after Mr. Wright's accident.
Maybe they're connected? Let's pick them up.
Back inside the park. I've got your mystery shoe. Behold, our leaf. And there's even a footprint inside. Take that! Well, I think it's these slippers, actually. Oop.
Slippers. What would slippers be doing out here?
But look at the bottom. See?
It's covered with paint, except for...
See? Right here.
Hey, that spot is shaped like a leaf.
Why did the music suddenly kick in? What if a leaf was stuck on the bottom and came off when the slipper stepped in paint?
Makes sense.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Wait, something's written on them. The Meraktis Clinic.
Exactly. The victim's clinic.
Wait, that means that someone from the clinic was involved?
Why is she just standing there?
Detective Sky? I have a favor to ask. What?
Can you get us access to the Meraktis clinic?
The police won't let us in. They say the murder and the clinic are not connected. And it's off limits until they prove that they are.
I should be able to do something for you, yeah. Really?
Well, you did my work for me with all these shoe prints. Seems like I should return the favor. Thank you, detective! Here, show this to the police officer on duty.
Allow clinic access to this magician and attorney in Prosecutor Gavin's name. Oh no! The spite! The spite! I love it! You haven't lost your touch, Sky. Right, Meraktis Clinic. Here comes justice.
Oh, please never say that again.
Oh, he says it all the time. Hold on. You two again. When, oh when will you learn? Look at me however you want. You're not getting in today.
I wouldn't be so sure if I were you. Look at what we have.
What's this? Detective Sky! Yesterday it was the Prosecutor Gavin. Today it's Detective Sky. Who are you two, really? Now he's suspicious again. Well, you got the orders. I gotta let you in. Have fun.
Thanks, Mr. Officer. Let's hit it, Apollo.
Finally, we can go inside this clinic. It's not that crazy looking, actually. Nice fish tank.
Huh. Kind of an at-home sort of place, isn't it?
This place has a connection to the murder in the park. I'm sure of it.
The police guy out front wasn't so sure.
Beyond it being where the victim lived. Looks like the police team's gone home for the day.
There might be some clues lying around. Let's get cracking, Apollo.
So, first things first, look at all the noodle bowls. Secondly, that's a piranha.
Oh no.
Aw, nothing happened. Shame.
Don't poke your finger.
The clinic's reception desk. No one's here, of course. There's a small sign on the counter. Please pay your bill. Remember, we're the ones holding the scalpel. Brutal, but effective. Welcome to the American capitalist healthcare system.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys have one level more
Oh, at least we have a healthcare system.
Yeah, true, but still Netflix would be better.
Hey, we had to pay for our healthcare, so you guys don't have to. Hush.
There's a single pair of sandals here.
Wait, why would there be sandals here? Unless they belong to one of the patients.
Or maybe it's a visitor that came to see Dr. Meraktis.
You'd think they'd use his house entrance instead of the clinic entrance in that case. And if this patient or visitor isn't still here,
Why did they leave without their shoes?
I better take a closer look at this, just in case. Oh no, I got a funny feeling.
Look at all these bowls.
They're from Eldoon's Noodles. There's Mr. Salty.
Then, I think we figured something out.
I think we have.
Mr. Eldoon must do takeout.
Not exactly what I was thinking.
All the bowls have been washed clean.
I think we found our first clue, Trucy.
These must be the slippers for the patients at the clinic.
They're the same as the pair we found, of course.
Look, a single pair is missing from the rack here too. And ours have paint on the bottoms. Which means they were taken out of here on the night of the murder.
Right. The paint's from the hit and run after all. What are a pair of clinic slippers doing in the trash can? What are they doing at the scene of a hit and run? I'm saying just pure dumb unluck.
Look, this door says doctor's office.
I think this is the victim's private office.
It's not locked. Too bad.
Why too bad?
I like opening locks. It's kind of a hobby of mine.
Guilty.
Like those little
Pussy.
bike locks. Don't even bother putting them on when I'm around.
That's probably not a hobby you want to tell too many people about, but it's a good hobby to learn. Not exploit.
Sure.
Not exploit. Learn.
Apollo? That sound? It came from behind this door.
Someone's in there. Let's check it out, Trucy. A break-in. They left through that window.
Wait, Apollo! You're too late to catch them now.
That must be your experience with the panty snatcher chaser talking. Well, we should tell the police.
Check the room out first, Apollo. If we call the police now, we'll lose our chance.
Right. She's better at this than I am.
Oh, one thing's for certain. This clinic and our murder case are looking pretty related now.
Okay, let's look at the court record first. I want to have a closer look at these sandals.
Aren't those?
Clean. However,
Hey, Apollo. You think this is...
this could be a toe print.
We can get a print off of this. Let's try it out.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Tap, 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 tap. Low. Tap, 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 tap. Low. Hey, it worked. That looks like a big toe, maybe?
Oh, wait. I mean, it's great that we got the print. Is there such a thing as a list of toe prints?
No. Oh, good point. If there is, Detective Sky didn't give it to us. Which means we can't match the print.
This seems like a good time to ask a detective's advice.
Yeah, good idea. However, we can do this. If we can match the toe print to the one inside this slipper, I wonder, could this be a print?
How would there be a finger? Oh, you mean a toe print. Good call, Apollo. I mean, we can analyze it just like a regular print. It could be a vital piece of evidence.
If they match, then we can prove whoever was wearing this sandal was wearing this slipper as well. Tap, 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 low.
Looks like a carton of coffee.
Hey, it worked. That looks like a big toe, maybe.
Well, I feel like the case is solved already.
What was next? We have to match the print, right?
Right, let's match it. Wait. The detective didn't give us a list of toe prints, Apollo.
Oh, good point.
Maybe we should ask her and get some expert advice?
I guess so. I'm not sure she really qualifies as an expert. What matters is that they both look to be identical. That's the important part. So that means whoever wore this slipper also wore these sandals. Alright, let's have a look around. Oh no, the poor houseplant! This potted plant has seen better days. Doesn't make sense either.
What doesn't?
Normally, burglars are looking for valuables, right?
That's true. That's what I would do if I were a burglar.
So why look under a potted plant?
Maybe they were looking for the key to the safe?
What are people putting their house keys in the plants? For the key to a safe?
And maybe the burglar was looking for the house keys.
Getting nowhere fast. But that proves that the burglar was looking for something. Books and papers are scattered all across the room.
Wow, what a mess. This is worse than Daddy's room. The burglar must have left in a hurry.
Even the cup on the desk here is lying on its side. The juice is spilled out of that cup. It's dry.
So the messy one wasn't our burglar just now?
Someone knocked this cup over a while ago and left it. Lamp!
Kind of expensive looking lamp, isn't it? Hey, the bulb's broken!
Broken? Don't you mean burned out?
No, our cat burglar must have dropped it.
Why is it standing up on the floor like that then?
Hey, look at the cord.
There's a red splotch on a part of that cord. You think that's blood?
It's a little bright for blood. Almost pink. Pink, you say?
Why did you turn on that accent?
Anyways, something's definitely odd about this lamp, that's for sure. Because all the blood in Danganronpa is pink. I had to. I had to.
Yeah, sure, that was the Monokuma accent that we materialized.
Whoa, what are those? The wall is covered with beakers.
Something's moving inside that one. You look, Apollo.
Hey, look yourself. You can't. Oh. It's a goldfish.
Wow, they're all fish. So many kinds.
Whoever designed this had a sick sense of humor.
These are all aquariums.
Little fishies.
No, they're all inside of test beakers and stuff, so it looks like they're, like, chemicals or something. That was mean.
What a cute little safe.
Looks like a 4-digit lock.
And 9.
Someone's already entered in 2 numbers, Apollo.
7, 9. Wait, do you think that burglar just now was trying to open it? I know what's inside the safe.
Is there any way we can figure out the last 2 numbers?
Well, we know the first 2 are 7 and 9.
Maybe there's something in the court record. Something that can help us figure out the last 2 numbers.
I wonder. That'd be a bit too lucky, don't you think?
Well, I suppose. Or there was something like a finger which buttons had been pressed.
Well, I have an idea.
I knew it, Apollo. What is it?
Well, all we have to know is what buttons have been pressed. We can use this to find out the next two numbers.
Take that! Take that!
When you press the buttons, you have to touch them with your finger, right?
It would leave a print.
So not only will we be able to figure out who was trying to open the safe, but we can open the safe ourselves. When you open a safe, you don't press any other buttons but the right ones, correct?
Which is why I press the wrong buttons on mine all the time.
Yeah. So if we can find the buttons with fingerprints,
We'll have the safe code. Not bad, Apollo.
seven, 9, 2, 5, or 5, 2. Look, you can see the oily finger residues clearly. Look at that, 7 and 9.
These are glove marks. The burglar must have been wearing gloves.
Well, we might not be able to identify the burglar, but we can open the safe. Let's give it a shot. Yay! 7952.
Oh.
It opened.
This looks like a medical chart. There's an X-ray in here with it.
X-ray? Can't make heads or tails of it. I can't read the chart either. It's all in medical school.
But the names are easy enough to read. Look, my patient. It says Waki Kitani. So this is Waki, our client's chart, huh?
Why would this one chart be here in the safe? Let's see. The physician's signature says Pal Meraktis.
What is it, Apollo?
Look here where it says who filed the chart.
Let's see, Nurse Alita Tiala.
Alita? Alita Tiala is Waki's fiance.
That's one Ida too many, Apollo.
Never mind that. What's her name doing on here?
How should I know? So, I guess it means she's on staff at this clinic?
Odd that she neglected to mention this before now.
I'm sure she had her reasons.
So, Alita Tiala worked at the Meraktis clinic. She has access to Waki Kitani's medical charts.
You got the I and Y wrong, Apollo.
I'd be very interested to find out what this chart says. Who could help us decipher this? That's a big clue. And here's another one.
Oh, yeah, for
That's
sure.
a bullet. This looks like a bullet hole.
You can still see the bullet sticking out of it.
Why is it in the middle of a safe?
Hey, the bullet came out. Tip is all squished.
That's surprising, given that it was fired into a metal safe. This bullet's got a story behind it, that's for sure.
But what else is a bullet in there?
We don't know yet. I'm more concerned about the fact that our defendant's girlfriend, Beyonce's name is on this medical chart as a nurse.
Oh yeah. Wait, that's concerning.
Because it proves she has ties to the victim. The window is ajar.
That must be how our burglar escaped.
I wonder who it was.
Maybe it was just a burglar who happened to pick here.
Yeah, but there's a patrol car sitting out front. If I were a burglar, I'd come back the next day at the very least.
I'd give it a month myself.
Whoever broke in obviously needed to break in today. Wait, Eldoon, where'd you go?
Fucking Eldoon, I needed you.
Go to dimension.
Okay, now I have no idea what to do. I needed Eldoon in order to decipher the medical charts. He owes me a favor. Oh well. There's still one other place we can go. Quickly, to the mansion! I know that face. That's the face of someone who's made a discovery. Hey, how did you know? You can't fool someone trained in the ways of science. Next, you'll have us analyzing face prints. Let's ask Detective Sky to help us, Apollo. Present?
Change to the Bible wheel.
These sandals. That's quite a clear print there. A toe print. Too bad we don't know whose toe it is. Well, there is a way of finding out, of course.
There is? What?
All you need is a sample of the same toe print off another shoe, for instance.
Oh, right. So if the prints match, you know the same person wore both. Do I have another shoe? Got one right here. I think I just might, actually.
Really?
I'm beginning to suspect something here. Detective Sky, can you compare this sample with the other prints? Take that! This pair of slippers, toe print and all.
Oh, the print on these is nice and clear, too. Well, that makes our job easy.
Can you analyze it for us?
Of course. Hang on. Bingo. Gosh, I'm good.
Hey, we're the ones who found the prints.
A perfect match. The same person wore these sandals and slippers.
I was afraid of that.
All I have to do is find out who these sandals belong to. Or do you already know?
I can't say. Not yet. Well, that's one big step closer to the truth. Okay. Eldoon! Why are you not here, Eldoon? Phoenix, tell me you're back. Yay! The right's back. The prodigal attorney returns. Welcome, Apollo. I heard you did well in the trial today. Here to discuss something? I could use a little diversion. What did Detective Sky say? If you want to know something, you have to investigate it yourself. Mr. Wright, tell me what happened 7 years ago. Please. I want to know. I need to know. Huh. Well, you certainly didn't waste any time getting to the point. 7 years ago, I was standing in the courtroom on behalf of a client. The case involved the death of a certain magnificent genius. I'd be surprised if you hadn't heard about it. It was all over the news. I remember that. You were up against Prosecutor Gavin, weren't you? Yeah, he was only 17 years old at the time. 17 years old? That's still high school. He took the bar exam abroad in Europe. They're progressive over there, you know. I was defeated by a 17-year-old newcomer. To my shame, I left my practice forever. That's all. That's all? How could that be all? What do you mean? What about what they were saying on the news about forged evidence? They said you forged evidence and had your attorney's badge stripped from you. Tell me, how does it feel? How does it feel to stand here before Phoenix Wright, the forging attorney himself? How does it feel? I don't want to believe it's true. But what about what happened in my first trial? I don't see you jumping to my defense on this one. Maybe I did forge evidence. Maybe I didn't. Doesn't really matter now, does it? But I'm not your attorney anymore. That's the only truth you need to know, Mr. Wright. Looks like he doesn't want to talk about the accusation of forgery. For now. Certainly have an active imagination, that's for sure. Oh my god, Eldoon, where the hell are you? Did I forget to talk to him about? Oh, he's gone.
Why I wonder who get beer?
The detention center? Please?
Oh.
Don't cry, Angel. Daddy's back and Daddy's... Oh, you again. You always have to announce your entrances like that. Man, my old man, Man, now I'm all in a funk, and it's all his fault. I can only assume that his father tried to teach him a lesson. And failed, clearly. You two got your work cut out for you, straight up. Of course, I don't care if they lock me up. I'm ready to go. Some days, I wonder why I do what I do. Hey, man, you don't see me bugging about 1 or 2 guilty charges. What if you're found guilty of murder? Hey, it's all experience. You feel me, Sean? Like a badge of honor. They don't give the death penalty, do they?
You didn't really do it, did you?
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I learned one thing today. That silence speaks louder. Blah, 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 blah. Let me try that again. If I've learned one thing today, it's that silence speaks louder than words. Man, my old man is whack. It's important, that's what he is.
I heard he wants to leave the mob.
Over my dead body. I spend my life trying to keep it real, being an OG and never stepping down. Ah, hello, Francisca Von Karma. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Wait, there's an actual person with that name in your stream at the moment.
On Twitch. Hi. Also, please don't hit me with the whip. Walkie looks like a... Now you said it, I can't unsee it. Oh, Francisca says Walkie looks like a furry. I can't unsee it now. God damn it. Someone clip that.
You're right, work.
Oh, God damn it. Now my old man wants to go soft. Fine. Look. Just leave me out of it. The day I get out of the clique, that's the day Melita and I start the next generation of the Kitaki family. Who's Chris Chan? I have no idea. Please don't talk as though it's assumed you're going to jail. For my sake. Okay, I have an idea. Maybe he'll slip up and tell me that these are Alita's. Alright, I don't want to know who he is. Got it. Walkie, you don't happen to recognize me, do you? Hey, sure I do. I was the one who bought him for her.
Or Miss Talia?
Yeah, birthday present. He's got mad little feet. Man, so cute, man.
These sandals are hers.
Yeah, kind of had a feeling. What's up with the funky vibes, man? What happens if I present these? Huh? What's that? Some kind of x-ray? Wait. That's right, Walkie. It's yours. Hey, look, I don't smoke enough. I live long, right?
I don't think he gets it, Apollo.
Take a closer look. Here in particular. Where it says nurse. It's signed Alita Tiala. Oh, you lawyers do your homework.
So, you met Miss Tiala when you...
Yeah, I met her at the clinic. So? Tell us a bit about the circumstances of that meeting? Fine. I'll tell you how we met if you want to know that bad. Finally, something to get at it. Bang!
Actual politics from this guy.
About half a year ago, I was shot during a little turf war with another family. I was ready to die, sure, but they came in and got me. Hauled me off to the docks.
The Meraktis clinic?
That's where I met her. My fallen angel. You mean Alita Tiala. He was scared of me at first, turns out. But you know what they say? Bad guy always gets the ladies. Right. He was done with that clinic anyhow. So I was like, I'll take you on board. Great gangster style. Guess what she said?
What did she say?
Come on, give it some thought. She said it real quiet, like down low.
I'll leave
If you marry me. So that was the proposal. You know it. Felt the love right there in the hospital room. Just like that, the op was done and we were out of there. See you later. Bye. About that, yeah, it didn't go so well after all, did it? I know about the report. I know it's still in me.
This health checkup was the boss's idea, you said?
Yeah, can you imagine? What's the point of living in hell there when you're a G? You know what I'm saying?
But didn't you learn about the bullet at that checkup?
Yeah, that's when I knew that doctor had to pay. Figured I could get that cat pulled after I got my revenge. And hey, I'm still living large now, ain't I? Incidentally, you ever had a health checkup before? No, my old man suddenly gets this idea that we all gotta get checked up. This is getting old. Older, I mean. Eldoon, please be home now. Thank God.
Mr. Eldoon, we've been looking all over for you.
What's the matter, Trucy doll?
Apollo, show 'em what we found. Nothing like expert advice.
I suppose he is a doctor still. Mr. Eldoon, is everything okay? I'm just so happy. I just thought the days were gone for good. Mr. Eldoon, let's just get to the point. Mr. Eldoon, could you take a look at this? A medical chart? Hey, you shouldn't go around taking these from clinics.
Why the sudden silence, Mr. Eldoon?
What? What's going on here? That's what we want to know. That chart belongs to my client.
He's on trial on suspicion of murder.
On trial? That's crazy. You can't put him on trial. He's ABD.
ABD?
All but dead. He's knocking on the pearly gates and someone's about to answer. Can you tell us why? Well, permit me to speak as a surgeon. It was a wig? You listen up good now, son. No way. It's like he's a completely different person. Well, according to this chart, this Waki Kitaki feller's not doing so well. He's got a bullet right up beside his heart. That's right. Yeah, but this chart talks about the post-op. In other words, the operation is already finished. But you can still see that bullet stuck in there. Why would it still be in there after the operation to remove it? Well, about the only reason I can think of is it was too tricky to operate on. What? That bullet's snug as a bug there next to the aorta, which is connected to the heart. Heck, that scrap of metal's just surrounded by blood vessels. It's kind of a miracle. 2 millimeters to either side, and there'd be some serious bleeding going on in there. That's something your average doc would be eager to fiddle with.
You mean...
It took a miracle to get that bullet stuck where it is. It'd take more than a miracle to take it out. It'd take a magician.
I'm only up to making rabbits disappear. I haven't learned bullets yet.
Of course, with the heart pumping and lungs working, that bullet's on the move. I'd give him another half a year. Tops. But Waki's operation was already half a year ago. That's why I'm saying you're out of time. This kid shouldn't be on trial. He should be on an operating table. Great. Just great.
How can Dr. Meraktis do such a terrible thing? How can he just leave that bullet in there?
I got a pretty good idea of how he felt. An emergency operation. He's got the kid's chest open on the table. And he finds that bullet. That's despair right there. Lucy doll. Cold despair.
Despair?
Multiple arrives! About the only thing he could do is sew the boy back up. He wasn't exactly in the situation to go admit he couldn't take it off.
The Kitakis.
You bet. His kid's their only son, So he skips the operation, and Waki's back on the street living his life. Of course, it's only a matter of time before his heart hemorrhages and he drops cold.
How awful.
And which doctor would they take him to? Meraktis. Got enough ties to them, he can probably cover up the truth of what happened.
That's just horrible. He left Waki to die.
There's a darkness in this world, Doll. Weight and hunger. Compared to it, these gang turf wars are kids' games. When you're up against real evil, well, it don't matter if you're weak or strong. It'll take you all the same.
You were a surgeon, right, Mr. Eldoon? You could operate on Waki, couldn't you?
I wish.
What?
Afraid there ain't nobody in the country that. Maybe not even in the world.
So Waki...
He's real lucky to be alive even now.
Oh,
There's one problem.
Apollo?
This chart. Look at the nurse section. Alita Tiala.
That's right. This operation is how they met.
Yeah, the problem is, she knew. She knew about Waki's condition, guaranteed. Why didn't she ever tell him? It doesn't make sense. She knew her patient was in serious danger. You'd think she'd want to get that second operation before getting engaged.
What was she thinking? Apollo?
What are you thinking, Alita T? I've got a funny idea. She's trying to get married into the family and then have him drop dead so she can get everything. And I think she wasn't trying to shoot Meraktis. I think she was trying to shoot him. I think she was trying to shoot Waki.
Yeah,
But
but
she-
they weren't even married yet, so it wouldn't even work out properly then.
Oh, it would. They're fiancés, technically. They already have the 40 thing signed, remember?
Oh yeah, she'd already got proper.
Yeah, she's
she'd
already
get
got
an-
proper paperwork and all that. Which means the death of Meraktis was an accident. He turned his head to look at the person yelling at them and got in the way of the bullet that was hitting straight for Waki's heart. All right. Next chapter. This is it, the big day. Did you get any sleep? Yeah. I went to bed at 1 a.m. or so. Oh? What time did you wake up? 3 a.m. It's only 2 hours, Apollo. Eh, I've won wars with less. But at least you have me. And the amazing Mr. Hat. Here's a looking at you, kid. Good luck today, Apollo. That voice. Hey, you get any sleep? Mr. Wright. Going out of my mind with boredom. So I signed myself out earlier today. Somehow that place makes fake piano playing and the Indochine pasta joint seem almost fun. Daddy, you know who Prosecutor Gavin's witness is today? Take a guess. How's about Little Plum? That Sherman tank of a mom? Nope, guess again. That's too bad, you know? Speaking of moms, you need to find me a new mom one of these days, Dad. It's barely morning and you're at it already, Trucy. Okay, see, this is why I don't buy their father-daughter relationship. So, Mr. Wright, do you know who the prosecution's witness is? Alita Tiella, our client's fiancé. He's going to be a witness? But that seems odd. Why would she testify against her own fiancé? You have to wonder what Gavin's up to. Something's going down today. That much is clear. And no, I'm not going to change Klavier's voice. Well, no need to worry. I got my magic back. If we can't find a killer, I'll pull one out of there. Moss, you can't say that! That was mean!
No, what he said.
I am not saying that on stream. I'll get in so much trouble. There it is. June 17th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4.
Court is now in session for the trial of Waki Kitaki.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
You are not getting away with that at all.
Boss, no! Prosecution is warmed up and it's a sold-out house, Your Honor.
Very well. To recap, while yesterday's witness seemed more guilty than any other party,
Guilty of panty snatching.
we did find out one thing for certain. There were 3 people in the park at the time of the murder. The witness, the victim, and the defendant.
Correct, Herr Judge. Hold on. Correct, Herr Judge. And today, I'd like to go with something a little new. I'd like to look at this horrible crime from the outside. The outside? The acquisition of the murder weapon. The preparation for the act. Our poor defendant told all you see. To his betrothed.
His betrothed.
Excuse me a minute, I need to go do something. Boss, come here. Come here, I just need to talk to you. Don't mind the stick. Come here!
his betrothed.
His fiancée here, Judge. His partner for his life, with no chance for parole.
Very well. You may show the lucky lady to the stand.
Your name and occupation, Fraulein.
Alina Tiama. My occupation is future wife.
Ah, traditional values. I respect that. Too many brides these days can't even weave baskets blind underwater. Yet you're here today as a witness for the prosecution?
To be honest, I didn't want to testify at first. But I couldn't hide the truth.
I don't know.
Honesty, another admirable trait.
Fraulein, is it true that on the day of the crime, the defendant, Waki Kitani, confessed his plans for murder?
Yes.
The witness will please give her testimony to the court.
It was the day that the family health checkups results came back. When Waki found out that Dr. Meraktis had lied, he flew into a rage. I'll teach him, he said. He took out one of the family's pistols, and you already know what happened that night. I just don't see how anyone but Waki could have done it.
So, the pistol did belong to the Kitaki family then?
Yes. With regards to this, an investigation is underway at the Kitaki mansion on charges of the possession of illegal firearms.
And the bullet that took the victim's life, was it?
Fired from the pistol the defendant procured? Yes, this much has been proven.
How can you prove something like that?
Bullets carry marks from the barrel that fired them, called rifling marks. Phoenix knows very well about them.
Rifling marks?
Think of them as being a gun's fingerprint, left on every bullet it fires. And when did you first hear about Waki's plan?
It was the day of the murder. I should have stopped him. I just didn't think he would actually do it.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Yeah, hold on. That was the day of the murder, correct?
Yes, everyone in the family received their checkup results that day. When Waki looked at his face went so pale.
But of course, he had just found out that he had a bullet in his chest. So you were there at the time?
Yes, poor Waki. When Waki found out that Dr. Meraktis had lied, he flew into a rage.
That must have been, quite frightening.
He was furious. He ripped his report up into shreds.
Incidentally, I had to request another copy to file as evidence. A bothersome chore, but one I performed without complaint.
Waki's at an age where he's hard to control when he loses his temper. Of course, that little bit of instability is so cute.
Great, now he sounds like a psychopath.
I'll teach him, he said. I'll teach him, he said. He took one of the family's pistols.
So, it's easy to take a pistol out from the house?
Not really, I think. There's a system in place to limit access. Waki's a special case, being the next in line.
Perhaps his treatment was a bit too special, yeah?
Well, maybe he is a bit spoiled. Here he's got amazing presents on his birthdays. Last year was a switchblade made out of chewing gum and a chocolate gravestone.
Sounds like he had a taste for sweets. At danger.
The point here being that Waki had access to a pistol.
And you already know what happened that night.
No, we don't. What happened? Meaning the murder.
I tried to stop him. I really did. Waki wouldn't listen.
Our defendant was nothing if not determined.
The last thing you should do is blame yourself.
I just don't see how anyone but Waki could have done it.
How can you say that for certain? How?
Objection!
Yeah, go ahead. You will refrain from badgering Fräulein. It was the defendant, Waki, was it? Who took the pistol from his home. We know this for a fact now.
I suppose we do.
So, how could anyone else have used this pistol to shoot the victim? They could not. Simple logic, yeah?
That does seem to be the case. Does the defense have anything to say regarding this point?
Someone else have used that pistol. There has to be another. Right? I'm gonna save. I don't know. I just can't think of who. Of course, he was the only one with access. Uh-oh. This is bad if I leave it like this.
You may continue with the cross-examination.
Really no one else with access to that pistol? Someone else with family ties. Hi, Miss Talia. I can't imagine what it'd be like to be in her position. A little more concern for her fiance. Why would she testify against him like this?
Hold it! Objection!
Based on your testimony, there was clearly another. One other person had access to that pistol. What's this?
Interesting. Let's ask the defense. Tell the court who this other person whose access was.
Clearly Plum could have gotten it, right?
Yeah.
There's also her to consider. Well, let's go with Plum for now.
Take that!
What's this?
What? The boss and his wife?
Ah, an unexpected ploy.
Apollo, that can't be right. Why would they want to frame their only son?
Oh,
On his parents' behalf, I'd like to give you a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Justice.
Hold it! Objection!
Objection!
I'm gonna have to go and say Alita Tiala.
Take
Present.
that!
Well, of course I mean you, Miss Tiala.
Me? But why?
You were quite clear when you told the court. You heard about the pistol from the defendant on the day of the murder. In other words, you knew what he was planning.
Objection!
Objection!
Let me get this straight. You intend to tell us that this lady stole the pistol from her fiancé and killed a man in cold blood on his behalf? I've heard of people doing strange things for love, but this?
It does seem a bit unfathomable, to be sure. I'm all for romance and for supporting your partner in life, to be sure. I think I would hesitate to add murder.
Hope you do more than hesitate. But what if a different connection could be proven? A connection between the witness and the victim. You might find that she had a personal motive beyond wanting to help her fiancé. That would put things in a slightly different light. What possible connection are you suggesting? You know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think the police never looked inside that safe. I have evidence showing a connection between the witness, Miss Talia, and the victim. Ladies and gentlemen, Waki's chart.
Take that!
That looks like a medical chart.
Found inside a safe at the Meraktis clinic. I'd like to draw the court's attention to the names written on the charts.
What? Miss Tiala? Whatever. Why is your name on this chart?
Well, care to explain the meaning of this, Miss Tiala?
I'm not sure what you mean by meaning, Mr. Justice.
Our warm little Beyonce just froze over.
I was on staff at the clinic until half a year ago. It was boring, so I quit. That's all. Is there a problem with that?
Miss Tiala! You justified that you had no connection to the victim.
And I don't. Now,
Now,
I quit half a year ago, didn't I? So there's no connection. Let me guess. You're the kind of guy who can't rest until he knows every last detail of his girlfriend's past? Am I right?
No, that's not true at all. I embrace the ones I love.
Objection!
there's no connection now. It doesn't fly in a court of law.
Doesn't fly.
One tough nut. She probably feels right at home with the Kitakis. You left your job at the Meraktis clinic, true. But you remain connected somehow.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence that proves the witness is still connected to the Meraktis clinic.
Okay, I think it's these.
Slippers, most likely?
I'm gonna save. Oh, wait, I can't save. Hell. Hey, Moss, are you there? I just want clarification. Is it the slippers or the sandals? Moss says yes. Moss, that's not helping. Okay, fine.
Take that! Objection!
Your forehead. This trail you think you have found doesn't lead to the truth. Nor to a long career in legal profession, yeah? Gee, thanks. Perhaps you will allow me to do the honors.
Why not? That'd be nice for a change.
Oh, sexy. Let's rock. Ow! I'll take the usual penalty next time. Thanks. Sandals, then. I should have done the sandals first. They say that it was her sandals found inside the clinic foyer.
Take that!
These sandals were found inside the Meraktis clinic lobby. They're yours, aren't they?
Well, who knows? I'm sure there are lots of people with those sandals.
So sorry, Fräulein, but your act isn't good. Your moment of hesitation just now cost me.
What's with you? I thought you were on my side.
Perhaps you are unaware that those the token. A simple analysis of these sandals will reveal all.
Well, now we see your true colors. I was wrong to cooperate with you from the beginning. I just wanted you to help me get. I just wanted you to help get Wonky back on the straight and narrow.
This court thinks you need to worry less about walking and more about yourself. It sounds as though we need to hear a bit more from your story.
Your sandals were found in the entrance to the clinic, which means you went there on the day of the murder.
Well, there's no point in denying that.
Very well. The witness will tell us about this visit. Why did you go to the Meraktis clinic that day?
I did go to the clinic that day. My first time in half a year since I quit in January. I went to warn him. After all, I knew Wonky had the pistol. The doctor always was a timid man. Too timid to admit his own mistake. Why else would I have gone? I'm not hiding any dark secrets. I wanted to tell him to be careful, as an old friend.
Oh, by mistake, you mean the mistake we heard about from the defendant. The botched operation.
He was timid, small man, but I never wished him harm. I just thought I should let him know, you know.
That does make sense.
Yes, but there's still one thing which does not.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
The sandals left in the lobby, of course. We can assume she wore these sandals to the clinic, yeah? Then why did she not wear them home? If it were me, I would have worn them home.
I would have worn these sandals home too.
So, why was the sandals left behind? Ah! You pointed out the contradiction before me! There's probably a good explanation for this, right, Miss Tiala? Say, for instance, there happened to be a similar pair of sandals there, which were you wore home by mistake?
Actually, that's right. I'm impressed, Mr. Gavin.
Oh, it is nothing. There is, after all, no other possible explanation. Yeah, forehead. Oh, what the? No fair! He's filling the holes in her testimony.
The defense may begin the cross-examination.
I did go to the clinic that day.
Hold it!
Around what time did you get to the clinic?
I don't remember exactly, but it was after 9:30, I think.
That was the first time you had contacted Dr. Meraktis in half a year?
Of course it was. He wasn't the kind of boss you made friends with.
So why did you go to the clinic then? Hold it!
Did you want Dr. Meraktis to run away?
Well, after I failed to stop Walkie, I thought that was the only other way to avoid the problem.
Could you have just called? Why go in person?
I called several times that evening, but no one was in.
The victim was busy driving home until after 9 p.m. that night, remember? This was proven by the mirror yesterday, yeah?
I thought if I warned him, he would run away for sure. Knowing the doctor.
Hold it!
You mean that act of malpractice on Walkie, correct?
If he had just told Walkie the truth in the beginning, none of this would have happened.
True. That operation was the start of this whole affair.
Oh, of course. If he told him, he might have been erased by the Kitakis much earlier.
A disturbing thought.
We know that the Meraktis clinic has ties to the Kitaki family. He probably couldn't have gone to the police even if he wanted.
That's why I knew I had to warn him. Why else would I have gone? I'm not hiding any dark secrets.
Hold it!
No dark secrets, huh?
Why? Look at me however you want, Mr. Justice. You won't find a thing.
He's hiding something, I know it. Must have some evidence that proves it, too.
You're free to think whatever you like. I went to that clinic with only one thought in mind.
Hold it!
But then you'd be betraying Walkie, wouldn't you?
No, I did it for him. For us.
She went to warn him so that her fiancé would not have to commit such a crime, yeah?
I didn't want them to take my Walkie away.
No way she went to that clinic just to warn him.
You know why she went, Apollo?
Figure out what really happened at that clinic. Fast. Oh, wait, that's right.
Objection!
This chart was found inside a safe in the doctor's office.
Yes?
Why would this one chart be in that safe? Miss Tiala, you know why it was, don't you?
Mind filling me in?
Mr. Meraktis didn't have the leisure of making mistakes. That's why he wrote up a false report and kept the truth locked away. Bad, Herr Doctor. This is where you come in, Miss Talia. Tiala. Just a second, everyone. Okay, let's continue on. The nurse who filed this chart was you, which means you knew about Waki's failed operation. Interesting. You were in the same position as Dr. Meraktis. Kind of makes it hard to claim no connection, doesn't it?
You're bold for a novice. I'll give you that. Mr. Justice, you must know I was only a nurse. The doctor is responsible for the chart's contents.
This chart business seems to be quite important. Please amend your testimony accordingly.
Too bad, little attorney.
Oh, here we go again. Bracelet's reacting again.
What is it, Apollo?
I felt my bracelet tighten just now.
Your bracelet?
Just like yesterday. Like you said, witness is unsure of something. Their nervous habit gives them away.
But I can't see anything, Apollo.
What's my bracelet reacting to?
Wait, maybe... Yeah, that has to be it.
What has to be it?
Your senses, Apollo. They must be sharper than mine.
Huh?
I can't see it, but you can sense it.
I don't know about that, Trucy. I don't have some kind of special power or anything.
Listen to me, Apollo. There's a weak point somewhere in Miss Tiala's testimony. We don't know what her nervous habit is.
Well, then what do we do?
You have to perceive it yourself, with your own eyes.
And it's up to me and my bracelet. I don't know why, but the bracelet helps, somehow. Touching it helps me focus. Give it a shot and bring down that testimony. Her hand? She's twisting her ring. Why go to the clinic for a half-year-old chart now, you ask? But you know why you would do it now, don't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was quite clear, Miss Tiala. You have a nervous habit. The moment you said the word now, you used your right thumb to fiddle with your ring.
What?
She was unsure. I saw it. Now, that's the key word. The chart wasn't a part of your past. It was a clear and present threat.
That's ridiculous. Why, if that were the case, I would have had 6 months to do something about it.
Indeed. Which means something happened quite recently. Something to make that chart a problem for you now. I've got her on the ropes now. I can feel it. I'm gonna strike the killing blow with evidence. Miss Tiala, there's no use trying to hide it. The chart became a threat to you now because of this. The checkup reports.
Take that!
A health checkup report belonging to the defendant. The Kitakis are trying to get out of the business. The health checkup this month was their first ever. What did you think when you heard about this?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Why should I think anything?
Oh, I would think you were positively beside yourself. Because you were afraid that you knew what Waki's chest x-ray would reveal. A full half year had passed since the operation. You thought you were home free. When the chart came back to haunt you. That's all, Your Honor.
What just happened? Did the witness just admit to lying?
I sensed it. There was a great aura emanating from her forehead. Very cool. So the lady was lying. That's correct. She said she had no connection to the Meraktis clinic, but her connection was deep indeed. A bit too deep. If the Kitakis had got a hold of this chart with her name on it, she'd be finished. Isn't that right, Miss Tiala? You guessed it.
Order! Order!
I did it.
We'll have order in this courtroom.
I broke her testimony.
Amazing, Apollo. I didn't see it at all. Daddy was right about you. Wait.
Miss Tiala?
It's true, that chart was bad news for me. That's why I went to meet with the doctor that day. But that's all. I told him about Waki and went home.
Agree with Gavin. I mean, Klavier, partner.
Sorry, I went quiet for a second. It appears this cross-examination is far from over. What? She hid the truth from us. This is clear. And yet, it is not clear that this truth has anything to do with the case at hand.
Very well. The witness will add this to her testimony. And we'll have a bit more cross-examination. I was so close.
You're still close. Keep on her. Nothing happened at all. I warned him and I left.
Hold it!
How did Dr. Meraktis respond to the warning?
Oh, he was quite surprised. Panicky even. He wouldn't be scared to learn that Kitaki was after them.
Incidentally, this court is not afraid of any mobsters.
Yeah, real impressive the way you stood up to the attack of the amazing Mr. Hat, sir. After which, I carry you back to your chambers.
Sounds like the judge had quite a fright.
Nothing happened in Dr. Meraktis' office that day.
What about the mess we found? Something definitely happened in that office, Apollo.
I know. But we can't prove when it happened. Nor that Alita Tiala was involved.
Well, let's try putting some evidence up anyway.
No way she went to that clinic just to warn him. Okay.
I think we should press first.
I did press. The red stain on it. I wonder what left that stain.
Wait, I know. Maybe it was left there by a red marker. If they were trying to write their name and slip.
Why would anyone write their name on a lamp cord? The bulb is broken. It won't turn on.
Oh? How's it broken?
Don't touch that. You'll cut yourself. Yeah. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice.
My finger!
You're bleeding. Let me see that. Wait.
Magic blood. Gotcha.
Please, don't do that again. I have enough to worry about without my coworkers injuring themselves on the evidence. Nothing happened at all? I'm an idiot!
What?
Objection! You say nothing happened in the doctor's office. I disagree. Take a look at this.
What's that? It looks like a squished up ball of clay. Kinda like you, actually.
This bullet was found in the Meraktis clinic office. Something did happen in that office, Miss Tiala.
Objection!
Enough of this joking around. The police investigated that clinic. Ah, but this was stuck inside the doctor's safe. Inside the safe.
I guess the police didn't check that far.
Objection!
But there is a problem. How can you say that the bullet was fired on that day?
Objection!
Weren't you the one who explained rifling marks to us? The pistol was taken from the Kitaki mansion that day. The marks on this bullet match the murder weapon. Then that proves a firearm was discharged in that office on the day of the murder. Not bad, Herr Forehead. We actually won it back and forth for once in our lives! Yes!
Praise be! Bailiff, have this bullet analyzed immediately.
Come on, please be a match. 30 minutes later. The rifling marks on both bullets are identical. Yes! Oh, we finally won a back and forth with one of these things. Ugh.
Well, it seems as though the bullet in the safe was fired from the murder weapon. Perhaps the defense would like to state their position.
The bullet in that safe proves one fact. A pistol was fired in that office on that day. And at the time of the firing, the safe was open. The safe which contained the top secret chart.
You think someone was threatening Dr. Meraktis in order to open the safe?
Only one person was in a position to do such a thing. Our witness, Nalita Tiala.
I will have order! Order! Mr. Justice, where are you going with this? Are you accusing the witness?
Nalita Tiala knew about Waki Kitaki's botched operation. She got engaged to him without telling him about it. As long as that bullet remained in his chest, his days were numbered. What if she married him, and then the bullet finally reached its destination?
What?
Saturday mind. Apparently, the Kitakis have been asserting themselves in lawful business practice. They're making quite a great deal of money. A fortune.
Nefarious! So she planned to marry him just to get her hands on this fortune? Oh.
You keep talking trash about my Alita, and I'll sue you, lawyer man. Huh? Me? Yeah, you said you, I what? I think you mean accused. Same difference. Well, you can't have her. She's mine. With me, I shot that doctor. Me. He left me to die, so I left him to die too there in that park. Waki, just cool down a second, please. You keep your hands off my Alita or I'll... Oh, she's lost it.
Oh, my mental breakdown incoming.
Yep, crazy laughter.
Miss Tiala?
I'm sorry. It's been so long since I laughed so hard.
Something funny.
Waki, wake up and smell reality.
Alita, baby.
Signature on the chart? The engagement? I mean, come on. It's so obvious. Even for a brainless, spoiled brat such as yourself.
Alita. Waki, calm down. Each heartbeat is pushing that bullet closer to your heart. She wants you to get riled up so you'll drop dead in the courtroom. Your honesty is like a breath of foul air, Fraulein.
Hey, I wasn't getting out of this clean anyway.
So, the family fortune is what you're really after.
That's right. I wanted the money.
No way, that's whack! I ain't trying to hear that.
Should have done the wedding earlier. Oh, well. By the way, can I ask you a question?
Who, me?
I believe you said you were going to accuse me?
Accused.
Of what crime, might I ask? Oh, I'm a bad girl, sure. I got close to that brat because I wanted his money. But he was the one with the pistol. He could have fired it into the safe after I already left the clinic. What? I would never do such a thing like that. It was definitely that silly brat.
Wait, but
What are you talking about? See, you had the most to lose if that chart was found. But I didn't have a pistol now, did I? Well, you could have taken walkies. You think he'd have mentioned that, no? All I've heard him say was, it was me. I'm sorry.
that's only because he's trying to protect you. Sorry to intrude on this lovely conversation. But the two of you are forgetting one critical point.
What point?
Certainly, the Fräulein wanted that chart. You assume she threatened the doctor into opening that safe, but then... wouldn't she have taken the chart? You will see. That chart wouldn't have been left in that safe. He's right.
Miss Chiala,
Yeah.
it is clear to this court that you are not a very good fiancé.
Oh, I'm flattered.
Cheating, Judge?
Perhaps it's time you told us the truth. Tell us about yourself, including your actions and whereabouts on that day.
Don't forget, you've proven that you were at the Meraktis clinic on the day of the crime.
Yes, I went to the clinic on that day to speak to the doctor. I wanted that chart, but I failed to get it, so I went back to the clinic later. In any case, I didn't shoot him. You don't even have proof that I stole a pistol, do you? That rat was spotted in the park at the moment of the crime. Frankly, I don't think it matters if Dr. Meraktis was shot in the temple or not.
You went back later.
The chart was dangerous. You understand. I needed to get rid of it. That's why I went that day.
But you couldn't get to the chart then, could you?
And later that night, Dr. Meraktis was shot. I heard about the shooting, waited a day, but then I had to go back. No easy feat with the cops all over the place.
That was you! So you were the burglar.
That was you two? Oh, if only I had one more minute. I could have opened that safe and gotten the chart.
What? That's trespassing, and brazen at that.
Oh, is that the trial for trespassing now? Besides, you can't blame a girl for wanting to protect herself. They are gangsters, you know.
In any case, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination.
Admitting the little crime to avoid the big one, huh? Why that day?
That brat was uncontrollable. He was ready to kill. And that would bring in the police. That chart would become evidence, and I'd be hung out to dry. But the police didn't check the safe, did they?
They thought the crime scene was at the park. I'll make sure the responsible parties feels it. Such sloppiness won't be tolerated, yeah? Kinda thankful for that sloppiness myself, actually.
I wanted that chart, but I failed to get it, so I went back to the clinic later.
Why did you fail to get it the first time?
When I heard what happened, well, I was too scared to do anything that day. So I waited until the day after. The 16th, was it? Of course, you and that meddling kid had to get in my way.
Well, why did Dr. Meraktis keep that chart around? It was clearly dangerous for him. He could have burned it.
Because he's a coward. The chart was his insurance.
Insurance?
My signature on that chart was more specific. That made sure I couldn't betray him. In any case, I didn't shoot him. You don't even have proof that I stole the pistol, do you?
But you could have stolen it.
Could have? Is this some new definition of proof?
We'll ask Wacky. He'll tell us.
Objection!
Might I remind you that this is a cross-examination? You might want to keep your baseless theories to yourself. Right.
Hold it!
Yeah, but
What? You have nothing to say. This case is over. It was over the moment that brat was seen in the park. What's the point in dragging it out any further? Frankly, I don't care. I don't think it matters if Dr. Meraktis was shot in the temple or not.
Hold it!
the doctor was shot in the right temple, yes?
So it seems.
Let's review the facts again, shall we? If the killer shot from this location, the bullet would have struck our victim square in the forehead. However, the entry wound was in the right temple.
Yes, we heard the testimony on this yesterday. At the time of the shooting, the witness is standing here. Just before the gun was fired, he shouted. The victim turned his head to look and was shot.
Objection!
But that testimony was proven to be a lie. Our egregious panty snatcher, Mr. Stickler, did witness the crime, but he was standing to the north, next to the trash can where he tossed the panties. Mr. Stickler shouted from this direction. The bullet couldn't hit his right temple.
Silly attorney.
What?
You remember what you had for breakfast this morning?
Do you remember? Do you remember, Trucy?
I always have a glass of milk for breakfast. What matters is one thing. The doctor was shot in his right temple. If that's the case, there can be only one explanation. The panties guy was mistaken.
Objection!
But his location was proven. You can't write that off as him being mistaken.
Objection!
Then why don't you show us, Herr Forehead? Show you what?
Must I explain everything?
Very well. Let's recap. If the witness, panties guy, was standing to the north, then where was the shooter standing? From what location did this killer shoot the victim?
But wait, the witness was standing there. How could anyone shoot the victim in the right temple?
I merely laid out the facts for us. It's up to the one possessing the shiny forehead to show us. If you can, that is. Wacky Kitaki was standing at the pillar mark. Wesley Sticker the witness mark. Of course, Pal Meraktis was the victim mark.
Let's hear what the defense has to say.
As the facts stand now, we can't explain this crime without contradicting ourselves at some point. But I know why. The real killer shot from an entirely different location.
What are you talking about? I don't see any other place.
Apparently, Mr. Justice does. Let's hear it. Where in the park did the killer shoot the victim
Objection!
from?
It's time to raise the roof and the stakes, huh? Penalties are such frightening things, don't you think? Or what if they were a bit more terrifying? What are you doing?
A
Like
double.
so.
My good friend, you are in the better of saving.
Double penalty!
Our forehead wishes to take us in a new direction? Then he must be ready for the challenges ahead. Challenge accepted.
Are you sure, Apollo?
He's the witness, his testimony. If we believe that and we know where he stood, the victim turned when he shouted. There's only one place that the killer could have been. I've been saying this for the entire time from inside the cart.
Take that!
I believe we all owe a debt of gratitude to Mrs. Alita Tiala.
What do you mean?
Thanks to you, we had a chance to review the crime. And this time we were prepared. We know that Wesley Stickler was telling the truth. We should have listened to him from the beginning. Wesley Stickler was standing next to the trash can when he saw the two men. He shouted, just as he told us in his testimony. And the victim turned to look in his direction. A shot was fired. The victim was hit in the right temple. Oh no. Oh yes. Which direction was his right temple facing at that moment? That's right, towards the noodle stand.
Order! Order! So you're saying the killer was inside the noodle stand?
Objection!
Let's think about this a bit more, shall we? You say the killer was inside that noodle stand, which would mean the victim, Dr. Meraktis, came to the park, leaving his own murderer in the car behind him. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I think you'd notice if you're pulling someone along.
Objection!
There's something we should worry about before that. Why was he pulling the noodle stand in the first place?
Objection!
Let's deal with our problems one at a time, shall we? Someone was hiding in the stand. We have not come this far to talk about possibilities. Let's talk about proof, baby. Show us evidence that proves someone was in that stand. Prove that? You want evidence that someone was in the stand? Do I have evidence of that?
You should.
Oh, wait. This one. The footprint. We've got it. Well, I've got it. I've got it right here.
Intriguing! Let's see what you've got. Show us proof that someone was hiding in the noodle stand.
Take that!
The Meraktis Clinic. And they're covered with paint. These slippers were found in a trash can near the crime scene. Odd. A single slipper print was found at the scene. Right next to the noodle stand. Oh, and Miss Tayala, your toe print was found in the left slipper. In other words, this is proof you were inside that noodle stand.
Objection!
Yes, there was only one slipper mark found at the scene. Can this be called a footprint in good faith?
Objection!
Observe the diagram. A park pathway runs right next to the slipper mark. A slipper wouldn't leave a trace on a cobblestone path.
Objection!
Yet you still cannot say this is a footprint, yeah? Why not? You have an impression left by a single slipper. What if it was on the stand and simply fell to the ground? That's just dumb. One more thing. A noodle stand is typically cluttered with the tools of the noodle making trade. There's no room for a person to ride in there.
You have a point. Could someone have hidden in that stand?
Apollo, I think I might be onto something. I think I figured out one of our pieces of evidence. In order to make room in the stand, some things would have to be...
Well, Mr. Justice?
I can prove one thing. Someone did scheme to clear space in the stand. I think it was the noodle bowl? Let me just double check something. Okay, yep, okay. I'm right, it's the bowl.
Take that!
This is a noodle bowl from the stolen Eldoon's noodle stand.
Yes, and what about it?
Discovered a large quantity of these bowls yesterday in the lobby of the Meraktis clinic.
A large quantity of noodle bowls in the victim's clinic?
Mr. Aldoon was very clear about those bowls. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there too. Yet the bowls were removed. That night, there was space inside that noodle stand. Space created at the Meraktis clinic, no less. Right around the time that you were there, Miss Alita Tiala. Stop! I won't listen to any more of these wild fantasies. No, not fantasies. There worse lies than that spoiled brat's pickup lines.
I would like to remind the witness of her current status. This court does not consider you entirely innocent.
Show me an innocent and I'll show you a fairy tale.
In any case, the defense has somehow made its point. The witness has both a motive and an opportunity to kill Dr. Meraktis.
More fairy tales. This whole trial is a fairy tale.
Then please, pull us back down to reality, Miss Tiala. I'm giving you one last chance to explain yourself.
This is it. Why was Dr. Meraktis pulling that stand that night? What was Alita Tiala doing inside? It's time to get to the bottom of this once and for all.
That night, I went to ask Dr. Meraktis for the chart. I had no intention of ever letting that chart fall into the Kitaki's family's hands. But Dr. Meraktis didn't understand. For some reason, he thought the Kitakis had sent me. So I gave up and went home. All I did was talk to him.
You knew about the botched operation, so you tried to get rid of the chart to save yourself.
I won't make excuses. And I did warn the good doctor. I gave him a chance. I told him that Brat got the health checkup reports, and that he was coming to settle the score.
I see. Very well, Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Either I perceive the truth, or it's over. So, you did go to steal that chart.
Were you listening? I said I asked him for it.
The victim was a man in good health. I don't see how she could have coerced him.
True, it would have been impossible without the pistol, but she did have a pistol.
I'll admit I wanted the chart, that much is true. My reason was simple.
Certainly would have put a damp on your wedding plans, I'd say.
Not only that, if the Kitakis got that chart, I'd probably be with Dr. Meraktis right now, pulling that great noodle stand in the sky.
It seems our witness was in a fix as well.
Who would want to die pulling a noodle stand?
When I die, it'll be by disappearing mysteriously into the middle of a magic act. Could we be a little less morbid, please?
Now you see, I needed that chart. But Dr. Meraktis didn't understand.
He didn't understand?
He wouldn't listen to a word I was saying. The moment he saw me, he started to tremble. I thought, what a sad excuse for a man.
Please, don't smile like that anymore. It's creepy.
He was practically delusional.
They sent you?
He thought the Kitakis had sent me to get the chart.
It makes some sense. You always have son's fiancé.
Don't make me laugh. The Kitakis send me? They don't play that way. If they'd known about that chart, they would have gone in there with guns blazing. But I couldn't convince the trembling doctor otherwise. So I gave up and went home. All I did was talk to him.
If that was really all that happened, what were all those noodle bowls doing there?
How should I know? There weren't any bowls when I went, I know that much. Why don't you let me be and go look for the killer someplace else, alright?
My tech was certainly there.
hollow. Any word from your bracelet?
Yeah, actually. Felt it respond.
Didn't see a thing. It's up to you.
Hmm. Where is it? Not her ring. Where is the tell? There it is.
Gotcha!
All I did was talk, and lie.
What? Show me proof.
I'm pretty sure about this one. I think I'm getting the hang of this. A little slip in confidence, and they give it all away. Proof is you, Miss Yala. All I did was talk to him, you played. Yet you can't hide your own nervous twitch when you say those words.
My twitch? What are you talking about?
You have a habit of scratching an area of your neck around the edge of your scarf.
What?
Working better than I do. Oh. Her unconscious actions tell the truth she won't say. Habits and lies. 2 dots. Connect the dots and find the truth.
Don't look at me like that. I told you the truth.
It seems that when you recall what really happened in that office, you can't keep your hands off your neck, can you? It seems that nervous habits are unconscious reactions that manifest when someone's trying to hide something. You can't hide behind your scarf, Miss Tiala. Something happened between you and the victim in that clinic. Now I've got proof that shows exactly what happened. I think it's the lamp.
Take that!
What's that?
You're touching your scarf again. There's something unusual about this lamp. The bulb is broken, and there's a red splotch on the cord. Seeing how you hide your neck, I think I can come up with a plausible explanation for the lamp's state.
Well, spit it out. This is talking in circles nonsense is killing me.
Very well. The answer is very simple, Miss Alita Tiala. Please remove your scarf.
Objection!
This is a trial to determine what happened in that pod. Yeah, we seem to have drifted off.
Objection!
We'll find out soon enough if we're drifting. As soon as a witness removes her scarf.
I won't do it. This is insane. I'm an unrelated third party. You can't order me to remove my clothing.
Miss Tiala, I'm afraid you've forgotten what's already been proven.
What?
You're hardly unrelated. Please, remove your scarf.
No! No!
I knew it. So I was right, wasn't I, Miss Alita Tiala? Your neck. That isn't what I think it is.
Your neck! That isn't what I think it is!
Something did happen tonight at that clinic. You needed to get that chart back no matter what it took. Even if you had to steal your fiance's pistol to do it.
But wait! Looking at this lamp and the witness's neck, it looks like the very opposite happened.
Exactly. The victim in the clinic that night was this witness. Specifically, you tried to threaten Dr. Meraktis, and he attacked you. That's what happened that night at the clinic. Very long, very loud scream that I'm not going to try. Now give us the truth.
Order! Order in this court! Will someone please tell me what really happened?
I told you the truth already. I went to the clinic that night to warn Dr. Meraktis. That gangster knows everything. He's coming for you.
Like my clinic seeing its last patient.
You have to get rid of that chart. Quick, open your safe. Give it to me.
So you can save your own skin?
What?
I know what you're up to. You want in with the family. If they see that chart, you're finished. Leaving me holding the short straw. But if I'm going down, I want some company. You! And what happened next?
He jumped at me and knocked me into the floor. Then he took that cord. Pal Meraktis was serious. Deadly serious. He really tried to strangle me. I must have blacked out.
I get it.
So, you were the victim!
And the red splotch on the cord was your lipstick.
I didn't want to remember that night. That's why I didn't bring it up. There. Are you happy now? I was out cold, almost killed, and you claimed that I then snuck into that noodle stand. But how could I?
Well, one thing is clear. We now know what really happened at the clinic. It would seem that our victim was not entirely without blame himself.
I'm sorry. I'm so nervous just thinking about it, it's hard to breathe. I told you everything. Can I go home now?
Bear some responsibility for events that day. True. But if you were also a victim, this court would owe you some sympathy. Well, Mr. Justice, I believe this clears up the remaining questions for Miss Tiala.
When did this happen? Suddenly everyone's sympathizing with her.
I don't know what to think anymore, Apollo. I mean, is that it? Do we know everything that we need to know about Miss Tiala?
Very well. Let's finish the cross-examination of this.
Objection!
Oh,
Hey, Klavier. Thank you for pointing this out. I think he's going to talk about the slipper. Not so fast. This party's just getting started. Now we rock. What? Those spikes on your head are subtle as they look, or do you not have the stomach to go all the way?
Prosecutor Gavin.
Pal Meraktis choked Alethea. She fell unconscious. But what happened next? He's right, there is more we don't know. But she was choked hard enough to leave that mark. She would have been out cold for a while. Even still, what if it was just her in the noodle stand? Alethea, half dead, Dr. Meraktis pulling the stand, and a bullet fired from inside the noodle stand. What if it's all true? You may have already figured out what really happened that night. Miss Alita Tiala, as you can see, we're not through with you just yet. You really want to blame me for this murder, don't you? You too, Prosecutor Gavin. Me? Fraulein, I only wish to know the truth. Well, let's go back over what we've learned up till now. I love Gavin. He's like an opposite Edgeworth. He's up front working with us. On the day of the murder, Waki saw his checkup report, from which he learned about the bullet still inside him. So he took a pistol from the family stash with the intent to give Dr. Meraktis some of his own medicine. And Miss Tiala heard about this from Waki, so she went to the Meraktis clinic ahead of him in order to get rid of the chart with her signature. But then something happened. Sounds like you figured it all out. But remember, I was the victim. I was out cold. But what about Dr. Meraktis? That does seem to be the problem. He had just strangled Alita Tiala. Perhaps he sought to death? What did he do after this crime? I was just knocked out, not dead. From the state of his clinic and the scene of that park, I think it's clear what the good doctor did next. Well, Herr Forehead, care to guess?
Well, Mr. Justice, what did Dr. Meraktis do?
Maybe he did think that he killed Alita Tiala. What would he have done next? Would it be the noodle stand? I'm gonna put the noodle stand. As his next move, Dr. Meraktis stole Guy Aldoon's noodle stand. What? Killing me disturbed him that much? So he randomly stole a noodle stand? It wasn't so random. Remember all the bowls in the clinic's foyer? Bowls that belong inside that stand? I think it's pretty obvious, don't you? That stand was at the clinic. However, the question is, why did he remove all the bowls? Maybe because the stand was heavy? Or he wanted to put something in its place.
Ah, wait, you don't mean...
I do. Dr. Meraktis did replace those bowls with something. Your corpse, Miss Tiala. My corpse? Dr. Meraktis panicked. He thought he killed you. His next move would be to dispose of the body. That's crazy talk. You're crazy. Then let's think about it. Logic. The doctor had a place to dispose of you in mind. On his way there, who should run into him but the defendant, Waki Kitaki?
Objection!
I question your logic.
What's this, Prosecutor Gavin?
The park is a dead end. Why would he head in that direction to begin with? That's right. They had no reason to go there. Oh, now I get it. It was a trick. That spoiled brat made him do it. He made the doctor steal the stand.
Objection!
Tell me, how would someone go to a dead end? Unless the park was his destination. What?
Apparently, the defense has an idea. Tell us where Dr. Meraktis was heading on the stand.
The river.
Take that! There? That's a river.
Yes, Your Honor. I scarcely need to explain why. A perfect place to dispose of the body. He was going to throw me in that river? He didn't have many other options, Fraulein. I believe this clears up all the remaining questions. The victim pulling the stand and the defendant before him. And inside of the stand, you, Miss Alita Tiala. And then, the denouement. Wesley Stickler, of panty-snatching fame, walks up. Seeing the two men, he shouts. In that instant, bang! Walkie missed.
So, I shot him.
You were the only one who could have stolen Walkie's pistol. It had to be you.
Well, Miss Tiala,
Nice work.
You mean I'm right?
I mean, you've done a fine job dreaming of a story. To get that spoiled brat off the hook. You're the one who's dreaming. Apollo's backed up everything he said with facts. If you're so sure he's making it up, give us another reason. Why was Dr. Meraktis pulling that stand through the park? Who knows? There's one gaping hole in your logic. I think Mr. Gavin knows whereof I speak.
What? I can't believe she's still trying to deny this.
is this true, prosecutor?
Must I always be the one to point out her forehead errors? Maybe there really is something. I believe the Fraulein speaks of her doctor's car. His car?
That's right. Meraktis Clinic has a big garage.
Which that a green sports car, was it?
Why would he steal the stand in the first place? If he wanted to carry a body, he would have just used his car.
So we find our victim without probable cause to steal that stand. And our defense without a case.
I have an idea. You know that green car? I bet it wouldn't run. It was broken.
Ah, what excellent counter-argument, Fraulein. Too bad you're quite wrong. Don't tell me you've forgotten what's happened to your father. That's right. That night, the car that hit Mr. Wright was that green sports car.
Oh yes, I'd nearly forgotten about it.
Afterward, he drove it back to that garage. It ran fine.
That's right. So why didn't he use his beloved sports car?
A glaring contradiction, to be sure. More glaring than your forehead. Hold on, does he get his own objection theme? That's awesome. No.
Order! I will have order! Well, Mr. Justice, why didn't Dr. Meraktis use his car to carry the body?
Is that a grown-up surrender I hear? Some advice. Now's a good time to review all that you know. Everything you've learned over the past 2 days. What you have learned.
Mr. Justice, this contradiction casts doubt on your entire case. This is truly your last chance. The defense will explain to us what really happened that night.
I have an idea. It's all coming together. That night, Dr. Meraktis couldn't use his car.
Now you're making even less sense than usual.
Not according to my information, Miss Tiala. Put one and one together and the explanation is simple.
If it's so simple, perhaps you can show us some evidence. Show us proof why the car wouldn't run that night.
I can't believe I'm doing this. Presents Trilogy's Panties.
Let's see now. Panties! Again?
All sorts of things come out of there. Even the truth.
Another crime was committed the night of the murder. The theft of these panties. The latest in a string of similar thefts, actually. But that night, the snatcher was caught in the act. The brave young girl chased the thief until he hid in the Meraktis Clinic garage.
What?
The snatcher hid the panties there before running. Perhaps someone in this court remembers where he hid them?
Why? Weren't they found in the car's exhaust pipe?
Exactly. By the way, I learned something yesterday. A very important piece of information. And I learned it from you, Prosecutor Gavin.
So you were here investigating?
And I was on my way back home when my hog gave up the ghost. You're a hog? My motorcycle won't start. A clogged exhaust pipe.
Too bad. Hard to believe that it could just break from just that.
Ours motorbikes, they're all the same. Clogs the exhaust and they won't run.
My, how interesting.
While Miss Tiala and the doctor were struggling, the penny snatcher snuck into the Meraktis garage. From that time until the time we found these, that car wouldn't start.
What?
That's why Dr. Meraktis had to use the noodle stand. It was the next closest thing he could think of. You're gonna strike a bad chord. Well, Miss Tiala? This wraps up your doubts quite nicely, I think.
So it does. Where am I? It's dark. I can't see. I'm cramped. Pain. My throat's burning.
Guten Tag in the Ottoman Empire. Hi, Caleb. You join us right at the end of the case. What's your problem? You, Doc? I know what you did.
Waki?
You lied to me. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine, man. Wait, let me explain. Fine, I'll give you a last request. Listen, you're being tricked. But it's not how you think. It's not just me.
No. He'll ruin everything. I have to stop him.
This is at once, you two! Bang. I think she's the first person to actually calmly admit to her crimes. This really is a new Ace Attorney game, isn't it?
Funny. This isn't the way it was supposed to turn out. Oh well. Too bad.
There's still one mystery. How did you manage to disappear from that stand?
In the silence after the shot, I heard the witness running.
I believe we heard as much from Wesley Stickler. He went to use the public phone to inform the police.
Which is when I made my escape.
Which is when you left that slipper print.
Dr. Meraktis didn't bother taking my slippers off. I threw them out after I stepped in that paint, though.
That was your mistake.
No. My biggest mistake was coming to you for help, Mr. Justice.
Eh?
I believed in you. You and your anything agency. If anyone would get Waki declared guilty, it was you.
Ow! That one hurt a bit. Ow.
I believe we've reached a conclusion of sorts. Prosecutor Gavin, how is Miss Alita Tiala doing?
She's confessed to everything. We're processing her arrest now.
Prosecutor Gavin sure seems calm for someone who just lost.
I think he already knew. He figured out she was a killer a while ago. Some advice. Now is a good time to review all everything you've learned over the last 2 weeks. He lost, but I didn't exactly win either. Something's the matter, Herr Forehead.
Looks like it's time to announce a verdict. Not guilty.
Hey, sorry, my guy. Looks like the woman you loved just left you out to dry.
Court is adjourned.
June 17th, 4:12 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 2.
Great job, Apollo. You did it.
Yeah, we did. Somehow.
Waki's off the hook. Free to become the gangster he's always wanted to be. He has you to thank.
Hey, attorney man! You're gonna pay for what you did to my Alita, Holmes.
Or to blame, I guess.
You gave me my Alita back! You point-head attorney with a death wish! Enough, Waki. Mr. Kitaki. It's high time you opened your eyes, Waki. What do you know, old man? I think it's about time you opened yours. Giving up the life, trying to become some kind of businessman? Don't talk about what you don't understand, Waki.
May the
guard is gonna throw both of them out. If not in jail, wouldn't that be a happy ending?
Hey, maybe we can help them out. We know why Mr. Kitaki needs to make so much money. Maybe we should tell Waki.
Oh,
Waki, Apollo has something to tell you.
huh, I do?
You put me on the spot.
Hey, what's that?
Show him the reason why, Apollo.
Why is Mr. Kitaki trying to become a businessman? Is it because of the... Well, I won't get in any trouble. Take that! Think about it, Waki. Think about your condition. I talked with your mother, Little Plum, yesterday. It pays, but we need a lot of money right now. Clean money, that is. She don't mean... You aren't really... Are you? I searched the globe and found a doctor who can take that bullet out of you, Waki. But it's an expensive procedure. Man, but you got plenty of money already, don't you? Yeah, I won't use it. It was the gangster life that did this to you, Waki. I want to help you, and I will do it clean. The hell? He puts Rock Lee to shame. Please understand, Waki. Dad.
Is he crying?
Man, I see how it is, old man. Always looking out for...
Waki?
Listen, good old man, one day I'm gonna take you out. Then we'll see who's the OG. You try and hide in your business suit, I'll find you. Stupid old geezer.
My... Waki?
No, it's as it should be. Mr. Kitaki, I liked him more without the puppy dog eyes. I'm glad to have met you. I'm not so good with words, but I know a professional job when I see one. Thank you. Who, me? I don't think. Someday, I'll bake you one of our latest. The Kitaki lime pie. He's opening a pie shop? So long.
And he was gone. Well, let's head back, Apollo, to the Right Anything Agency.
Hey, since when do I work at your agency?
Aw, we make a good team. Don't just stand there, let's get going.
Why not? She did help me out.
There's a few questions that still need answers.
Like this power of mine that she showed me. And my bracelets. If anyone can help me figure this out, it's her. Though I can't say I care much for what her father has become.
Oh, that's right. We have to go someplace first.
Huh? Where?
I had to claim our reward from Mr. Eldoon.
Ah, salty noodles, right. He's got his stand back already?
Oh, and after that, you can come see my show. The special appearance by the amazing Mr. Hat.
Oh, it's special, all right. Please, anything but him. He is banned, forbidden in the courtroom. All right. So, I know I said I would try and go further along in the game than just this case, but it's been almost 5 hours already. I think I'm gonna...
Hours? Fucking hell.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick to maybe one case per stream, if that's okay with you guys.
I mean, considering how long they take...
Yeah, this is taking a long while. Much longer than the old games. But I promise I will be back Monday next week to continue this story, because I'm already hooked. So, thank you all so very much for watching. Be sure to make an impact in someone's life today. Make it a great one. I'll see you guys next week for the next episode, the next case, and the next part of justice. See you guys then!